Read all these memories.
Boo. Thought I'd surprise you early by a couple of minutes. Just make sure that I can be heard. Boo. Thought I'd surprise you early. Right, can you hear me? Thought I'd surprise you early. Right, can you hear me? Thought I'd surprise. There's a loop. Is there a loop? Can you hear a loop? Oh, for God's sake. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, I can hear that loop still going on. For fuck's sake. I've got to be honest, this week has just been ridiculous. And I'm getting to the point where I just want to kick the computer in because it's just doing my fucking head in. I don't know why the quality is so bad. Let me make sure there's nothing running in the background. Doesn't seem to be. Right, I take it I'm still looping. Right. Right. Has the loop gone, yeah? What the hell was that about then? I've not even changed any settings. Oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, I can see the picture isn't particularly very good. I don't know why. But if you check, yeah, as Tiffany Lewins just said there, if you check your settings, the little cog on the bottom right hand corner, if you click that, it may be that as the stream was coming through initially, it may have set the video to 420. So if you click on the little cog in the bottom right corner of your video and set it to 720, it may work. Right. Yeah, I can see it getting a bit better here as well, Roger. Again, it might just be the signal going through to YouTube initially, and it as it as it continues, it might get better. But I don't know. I don't know. The resolution on everything here is set to 1080. So by the time it gets to YouTube, it should be 720. So anyway, hello everybody. How are you? Let's have it right. This wouldn't be a PAP live stream if there wasn't some kind of technical malfunction. It's part of the reason you come and join us on a Sunday night, isn't it? So, but yeah, we'll get there eventually. One day we'll be able to set one of these live streams up and just go straight into it without any problems. But until then, we'll just have to laugh at me for being useless with the tech. I am doing my best, however. Thank you, Mark MC. So let's. Who have we got in the room? Let's have a nose. This top chat has changed that to live chat. We got Warrior Wales. How you doing, mate? Richard, nice to see you. Tiff, always a pleasure. Dave Kelly, yeah, I might as well be using a potato the way it goes sometimes. WTF, Roger, nice to see you both. Hello, Sarah. Sonic, hope you're okay. Paul, nice to see you. Psycho's Mrs. Stuart Brown, Mark MC, glad you could join us. Excuse me. Cop Watcher 2, how are you? AMG Rider, Rights Defender, LSP, Lisa Stokes, nice of you all to join us this evening. If I have missed anybody out, my apologies. Nick Potts, hello. Peter Bishop, hello. Burger Van Man, nice to see you. Rugops, thanks for joining us. Danny Delaney, how are you? So try and say hello to as many people as I can. Hello Tony Mac, Jake Away, how are you? Mark H, hello Kaz. So if I have missed any of you, my apologies. Although I do, as the night goes on, I do try, if there's comments in there for me, I do try and give you a shout out if I notice that. Now, either I've grown a few inches or my camera isn't set up in the right place. Normally my head isn't up here, it's down here somewhere, but still, I'm not going to bother changing that around now. Hello, Princess Angela. Can you tell me what the big black thing is standing erect behind you by the curtain? Do you mean that there? Is that what you mean? Yeah, it's a boom mic stand. So it's a stand that I brought with the microphone that I use. But basically, it's a standalone one. The one that I use actually attaches to the desk. Otherwise, I've got to put that in between my legs and try and faff about. Hi Spence, I'm all right, thank you. So before I move on, I just want to get this out of the way. For those of you who haven't heard, Smudge was killed earlier this week. He was run over. He was left at the side of the road. The person who ran him over didn't bother to stop by the looks of things, and didn't bother to check on his collar for contact information and call me. So I didn't know. It was only later in the day, I think it was Tuesday, I was recording videos, and I had a missed call from a number I didn't know, and there was a answer phone message, which I didn't pick up until about 5:30. So I listened to the message, and it was a woman up the road saying that she needed to talk to me regarding Smudge. So I phoned her back, and she said her husband was walking the dog round the area, and found him at the side of the road, and took him home, so they could call me and let me know. So I had to go and pick him up, and I've since taken him to the vets to be cremated. I think the worst thing is, well, the two worst things about it is, number one, he wasn't even 18 months old. He was still a baby. And the second thing is, the person that ran him over just fucked off, just left him there. I think that's the worst. That's the worst for me of what happens. Um, so yes, Stuart, you're absolutely right. And I was talking to someone on the phone earlier, and I said to them, even if the person had phoned me up and lied, if somebody had phoned me up when it happened and said, hello, I've just found your cat. Even if it was them that knocked him down, they could have phoned up and said, oh, I've found your cat. I mean, his body was left at the side of the road. Anything could have happened. He could have been picked up and binned, and I'd never have known. So, you know, sometimes it can't be helped. I get that. Sometimes a cat will run out in front of you, and it can't always be helped. But at least have the decency to get out, check, and if it's got a collar on, at least let the people who the cat belongs to know what had happened. Um, so yeah, so I've been a bit. I've been no, I understand that, John. I understand that, but I just mean morally. If the cat didn't have a collar on, what's the point? It's any pet should have a collar, dog and cat. If the cat didn't have a collar on, then the person who knocked him over might have been forgiven for being mistaken that it was feral. But it had two collars on, two bells, and it had a geo tag on it, like a GPS tag. So it was clearly a cat that belonged to somebody, and I just think if you if you kill an animal, cat, dog, whatever it might be, I think you should at least have the backbone to let the family know. As I say, even if it was your fault and you lie about it, I couldn't care less. If the person had done it, had phoned me up and lied and said, "Oh, I saw somebody else do it," couldn't stop them. They got away. I wouldn't care about that. My point is that I'd know that what had happened, and I could have dealt with it. And potentially he could have been alive, just very badly injured, and so we don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he suffered or not. I don't know. But it was. I know some people will say, "Oh, it's only a cat," but when you're in a situation like I've been in, I had to give my two dogs up. Now, my two dogs helped me through some really dark periods of my life, and when I had to give them up because I couldn't look after them properly, that broke me. It genuinely broke me, having me being the one to make that decision. Absolutely killed me. And then the cat, getting the cat is a form of companionship. I spend most of my time indoors. Don't like the outdoors. um, and um, and he was, as people are saying in the comments, he might have only been with me for less than 18 months, but he was. They have their own personality, don't they? Your pets have their own personality, which is what you fall in love with. And it was hard. It's been a difficult week. It's been a difficult week, but I well, thanks for that, Brett. It's nice to know we've got some dicks in the comments. Well, have I done something to upset you personally, Brett? What do you mean, general public? What do you mean? Who you killed your cat as well? Who did? Me? Is that comment directed at me or somebody else? No. General public, you're not going to answer me there. Smudge, your cat is dead. Yes, general public. The cat got run over at the beginning of the week. That's what we've been saying. So where did your "you killed your cat as well" comment come from? That's what I'm intrigued about. I'll be honest, general public. If you think your comment's going to upset me, yes, I'm upset that the cat's died. Of course I am. But if you think that someone hiding behind a computer screen, throwing a few words at me is gonna bother me, then you are very much mistaken, and you clearly don't know me very well. Um, well, thank you, Pauline. Sorry, my apologies. I didn't thank you for that. Um, so, anyway, I wanted to get that out of the way because at some point somebody's going to ask me about the cat. Okay, um, because he's kind of part of the stream, isn't he? At some point, I normally get him up to say hello. So somebody would have asked me at some point about Smudge and I have and rather than wait until later and then have to deal with it, I thought I just wanted to get it out there now, just to explain to yeah, just wanted to get that out of the way now and get that bit over and done with. So now I had Lost Souls Paranormal on the phone earlier, trying to help me make sure that my setup was working properly. What It didn't work, by the way. The problems we were having last week with the low volume on Skype that wasn't working properly and all the rest of it. The I asked Lost Souls Paranormal to come on to a private live stream with me and see if we could get it working. However, she left after we decided we couldn't get it working. But I think I might have fixed it. I think. So we will give it a try at some point shortly. Um, so we will try that at some point relatively soon. Um, and thank you to everybody that messaged or commented on the posts about Smudge. I appreciate it. I know cats aren't everybody's thing, but for those of you who aren't particularly keen on cats but understand how important an animal in the family is, that put aside the fact that they might not like cats, I appreciate that as well. So thank you to everybody that's commented. I also want to remind people that we do have the second channel as well, which went live this week, beginning of this week. Was it beginning of this week? I can't even remember. The Independent Media Alliance channel I've spoken to the extended family member who's involved in the investigation, and they have asked me to send my love and sloppy kisses, although they told me not to say that. I'll say it anyway. They said send my love and sloppy kisses to everybody that's subscribed to the channel, who's commented on the videos, who shared the videos, because it really needs to be highlighted what's going on. It's been a situation that's been going on for 11 years, and we want to hold people to account at the end of the day. So we really do need the support from people who want to see these children being safeguarded, who want to see the people who have left them in a situation where they've been abused for such a long time held to account, ideally thrown in prison, but that's unlikely because these people have positions in the police and the council and social services, so it's unlikely that'll ever happen. But if we can highlight who these people are, make it very difficult for them to get a job in the future, or to walk down the street with people not knowing who they are and what they've been complicit in, then that is going to be a big help. So thank you to everybody that supported the channel. Let me try this Nightbot thing and see if that works, because I did set something up. No, I've paused that up. Hang on a second. Oh dear, my head is really not in the right place for this, you know. But right, custom, let's try again. No, it should be. Why is it not showing up? Oh no, there it is. There it is. Yeah. There you go. Subscribe to my second channel, the Independent Media Alliance. So that does work. Welshie, I sent you a voice message earlier. I don't know if you've listened to it yet. I did send you a voice message a few hours ago. So there you go, Lost Souls. It worked. So if you could pick that up for me, and if you can let me know, then I'd be appreciative. Appreciative, not appreciative. So, right. Have to excuse me. I'm still a little bit umming and ahhing what I'm supposed to be doing. Thank you, Mark MC. Much appreciated. No, it wasn't that kind of voice message, Sonic. Thank you, John. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that about your dog, Richard. See, what I think the worst thing is when you've got to make a decision for that to happen. I mean, it's hard enough when a pet's taken without warning, but when you're the one that has to make the decision, I think that is a hell of a lot worse for a pet owner, because then you feel guilty that you've made that decision. You've been the one to initiate that act. So I get that, and I feel for you. So I'm on the vapes, as I have got some normal cigarettes, but I'm on the vapes as well at the moment. This is quite a fancy one. It makes my lips glow. Although you can't see it too well in this light, but the whole, oh, my voice goes funny. The whole thing lights up, which is quite mad. There's a new one called Crystal Bar. So, well, I've brought half a dozen vapes, different flavour ones to try out as well. So I'm going to give them a crack. But just so everybody knows as well, this week is going to be a bit of a. This is why I'm doing the live stream tonight. To be honest, I wasn't really feeling it. I didn't really feel up to doing a live stream tonight, to be 100% truthful with you. However, tomorrow I've got a doctor's appointment, which means there's going to be limited amount of videos tomorrow, although I have written some. Tuesday, I have, what's going on Tuesday? Let me just double check. Tuesday, I've got an appointment. I've got somebody coming round to see me. Wednesday, nothing happening. Thursday through till Monday, I'm going to be AWOL. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So for 5 days, I am going to be AWOL. And I should be back on the Tuesday, the 27th. Now, I've got some personal things that need attending to that I have to attend to. But it means that I'm going to be completely AWOL, probably from most social media. So rather than anybody worrying, where's the content, I'm letting you know now that there will be a distinct lack of content for 5 days. I'm hoping to be back on the Tuesday. I'm going to have to see how that goes, because if you suffer with anxiety and stuff like that leaving the house, then you'll know that sometimes you need time to get over it, especially when you've got chronic fatigue syndrome as well. So I had to do this live stream because there's going to be, I'm going to be AWOL for a few days. So that's why I've decided to do today's one. So yeah, anyway, the thing is, Crafts, because of the type of content that I do, if I don't put it out at the time, it kind of becomes irrelevant. What I mean by that is, sometimes I put stuff up where the information's just come out, but somebody might have had a misconduct hearing last month, for example. Because that info's just come out, it's relevant because it's relevant to that time and place. But if I, for example, talk about somebody that has, I don't know, let's say they went to court today and they got found guilty of something, and I don't put that out for 4 days, so much has happened in the meantime that report kind of becomes irrelevant. So I understand what you're saying, and had I had any other channel, I could do that. But it's a bit awkward. Please, folks, as well, the Nightbot is on a bit of a mission in the comments. Okay, it's going to take me a little while to work out the timings. So some of the stuff that pops up in the comments from Nightbot, the stuff that I've added a timer to, so every so often it will throw something into the comments. I am noticing that it's a little bit too regular, so I will need to fix that problem, but please don't worry too much about that. Well, if Nightbot's blocked, it means you can't win any of the competitions, Lucifer. Talking of competitions, I'll have to look back at the other video, but the person that won the competition last week hasn't sent me their address. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say now, if you are the person that won the competition last week, you need to send me your address to policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. Because I need to get rid of this, if I'm not doing a live stream next week, but if I haven't heard from you and I haven't sent this off by the weekend after, then I will have to give this away to somebody else, I'm afraid. So and I will go back through and watch the video, so I will know who it was that won it. It's just that I can't remember off the top of my head. So if it was you, let me know. Then I'll double check on the last live stream, and then I will get this off to you. If not, then this will be getting given away to somebody else, unfortunately. Hiya, Brummy, how are you? What do you think about Alex Belfield being locked up? Personally, I don't particularly like Alex Belfield. I think he's a bit of a bellend. I think he, some of the things, for example, the fact that he sat there in a couple of videos and said, don't ever give your money to people on crowdfunding or PayPal, they're scammers and this, that and the other. I mean, we all know that not everybody is a scammer. But his argument was never give your money to people, they're just trying to live off of your hard work. Then he goes and does his own and asks people for money in the same way that he told people not to give money. The fact that he's gone behind a paywall now, I think proves that he's money orientated. This is just my opinion, by the way. So it proves that he's money orientated. I've always said that my reports will never go behind a paywall, and they won't. My reports will never go behind a paywall, even if that means not even earning money on ad revenue. I will never put stuff behind a paywall. I might give people a advanced look, and I might give people a separate live stream for channel members, but that a live stream is completely different from the content that this channel was created to put out. So any of the content this channel was created to put out will never ever be behind a paywall. But anyway, going back to what your original question is, I certainly don't believe that 5.5 years is proportionate. I think that is a harsh sentence. I think that he has been used by the system to create a precedent, to teach him a lesson, to teach other people a lesson. However, he did, we can't take away from this fact, he did send emails, he did pester people. Whether it was as bad as those people made out, I don't know. I wasn't there, I didn't see it, and I wasn't in court. But he did take action that caused those people to give witness statements against him. So I can't completely say he was, I can't completely defend the guy, but I do think his sentence was very harsh. That's my opinion on Alex Belfield. What's happened after the statue? I'm still waiting for an update. 7777. I'm still waiting for an update. In fact, I emailed the police the other day and asking them where the fuck my stuff is, and they've not replied yet. So yeah, so I genuinely don't know what's going on with regards to that. I know, yeah, you're right. I know that everybody's got their own opinion about everybody. and we've got every right to hold that opinion. Our opinions are based on what we know individually, and how we interpret the information that we receive individually, which is why I don't attack people for opinions. It just means that they've seen things in a different way to me, for example. Yeah, no, Scott, 5.5 years is a piss take, and I'm totally on board with that. The sentence he was given is way over the top. That to me is a punishment from, you know, the paymasters, shall we say? That's the judge saying, "Oh well, we can't have somebody questioning the narrative now, can we? Let's teach them a lesson. We don't want anybody else doing the same thing." So they've given him a harsh punishment. He might say that he didn't send emails, or you say that he said he didn't send emails. He did. He has admitted sending emails. He has admitted that he's done this stuff. Again, as to whether it was as serious or to the level that's been said is a completely different matter. I don't know because I've not seen any of it, and I haven't seen the evidence, so I can't say. But definitely the sentence is way over the top. Yeah, of course, Roger. Yeah, it's stalking without actually stalking, isn't it? So of course it's a new type of case. You're right. I don't think there's been a case previously where somebody's been done for stalking in the way that Alex has, and you're absolutely right. And I think unfortunately that when there is a precedent that needs to be set, I think that the system will push the boundaries on that punishment. I mean, we look at, and I know it's not the same offence, and every offence is completely different based on many factors. But as somebody said, you know, people get less for rape, for example, and they do, absolutely. And for that reason, on that particular issue, I can't say that's, it's dependent on the information, because if somebody rapes somebody, that is, no matter how many times they did it, no matter how old the person was, no matter when it was, that is worse than sending somebody emails. Okay, at the end of the day, 100 million% worse. Whether they've got previous convictions or not, I don't give a fuck. If they've raped somebody, they get locked up. Letting somebody go after that kind of act is horrendous, is heinous, and should never happen. So, yeah, people getting locked up and sentenced to more for various other crimes. But again, those, remember, they're all individual cases. They've all got their own merits. They've all got their own mitigating factors and aggravating factors. But when it comes to something like rape or child abuse and that kind of stuff, they don't need to set a precedent anymore. They've got a precedent. Their precedent is to let them go on community orders or suspended sentences and stuff like that. For some reason, that seems to be what their preferred precedent is. But on this particular case, they've really tried to teach him a lesson. But as I say, my opinion on the guy isn't particularly high. But he certainly didn't deserve the punishment that was dished out to him. So, so there we go. What have I missed in the comments? Have I missed anything in the comments? I think you asked me a question a moment ago, didn't you? 77. Happy Mushroom. Off topic, I cannot share your work. I'll click the share button and get a grey box. On here, you mean, Happy Mushroom? All of my stuff is available to share. What are you trying to share it on? A computer or a mobile device? Hello, family law. Haven't seen you for a while. Hope you're okay. General opinion on court judges, etc. corrupted. Just want to see your view and your own experience. 77. I'll be honest. Hello, Ricky. I've had my run-ins with the courts. Not many people might, but I know people think I'm some sort of criminal that hates the police because I'm a criminal. I'm not. I'm not. I've had very few run-ins with the police compared to some other people. Mostly for fighting when I was a teenager. Driving offences when I was a teenager. And I think that's the only real times that I've had problems. But I was growing up, I had a big chip on my shoulder. So if I wasn't doing what I do now, my opinion on the judges would be very different. I'd probably be thinking that judges do a tough job. They've got to look at all this, that, and the other, and they've got to decide what to give the person that's a reasonable punishment, and all the rest of it. But I do what I do, and I see people on a daily basis getting let off for offences that are disgusting, that are absolutely vile, and deserve nothing other than time in a slammer. But yet people are, but sorry, my mind's gone fucking blank now. But people are being let off for some really vile offences, and so you know, and so I have to say that I don't trust the court system anymore. The problem with a crown court is you've got one judge that makes a decision. If that judge didn't get his leg over the night before, or had an argument with his missus or rent boy, and then goes into work the following day after sleeping in the car, is potentially going to take that out on somebody in court. So I don't necessarily trust the justice system. I think it needs to be used. It is there to be used, but whether or not it goes in somebody's favour or not is another matter. Oh dear. Some new guidelines coming for sentencing. Any particular sentencing or sentences for particular offences, Roger? Or we can talk about this when we open the panel up in a bit if you want to. First riots of 2023. Has anybody seen the what's been going on in Leicester? That the press have been rather quiet about that lot, haven't they? I've seen a dozen videos. Only today, I believe, only today, like 2 or 3 days after it all kicked off, only today have the police and the press actually started talking about it. Um, but well, some people are blaming cricket. I think, the fact that the cricket was going on isn't the catalyst for it. That, I think, that is part of it, because apparently there is a lot of aggravation when the cricket is on between the Hindus and the Muslims. But the Muslims were apparently going round to Hindu homes, causing damage, smashing things up, attacking a Hindu temple. Is that what you call it? And the police stood standing there watching, and I've got the video of it, just standing there watching. But if it was the other way round, if it was a white person who was attacking a mosque, for example, or even a Hindu temple, if it was a white person attacking a Hindu temple, then you could expect to be locked up quicker than, your feet wouldn't touch the ground. We all know that your feet wouldn't touch the ground. You'd be in court the next day for an aggravated hate crime, and you'd be buggered. But it's properly kicking off, or has been properly kicking off. I will Princess Angela, in just a second. Do you have any plans to lend to the unlawful movement of people into the UK? We have spoken about it briefly, Martin, but it's not really it's not really the kind of thing that this channel covers. Now, if I have covered it before, in the sense that, the people have come ashore over here and sort of been left to just run off into the wilderness, so to speak, into the night and disappear. That's a police and government issue. So yeah, we have spoken about some of that, but that other than my opinion, I don't really have a lot to say on that issue. That there's lots of people out there who do a far better job than I discussing that topic, because they've got more time to look into it and research it and stuff, whereas my focus is on something different. But we have touched on that in the past. Why are you ignoring me? No, I'm not ignoring you. I'm a swinger. Nice to see you here. Most cities will have less cops. Yeah, well, to be honest, this is something I was going to say. Especially with this whole lying in state thing. All the police forces. Thank you, Chris John. Right, much appreciated. All these police forces that are going, we're sending X amount of police to go and support the goings on in London. Criminals are sitting there going, sweet, sweet, it's going to be less around, so let's go get up to some naughty shit. I mean, if you're going to do it, go and do it. You don't need to fucking virtue signal on social media. Ooh, we're going to go and walk in the parade with, for Liz's death and all that rubbish. It's just ridiculous. I mean, nobody gives a fuck what the police get up to, because the police don't do what they're supposed to do. If they did, then we'd care what they were up to. Right. The balance of ethnicity comes to each crime as the police see fit. Well, listen, tomorrow there will be a video out tomorrow. It's going to be a fairly long video, although I've tried to keep it relatively short. It is going to be a fairly long video, and it's a video that I'm going to get called racist over again. Now, I don't think I'm racist. I don't. Some people disagree with me. But what a lot of people don't realise is, when I talk about things, to do with other people. My concern is on the culture, not on their skin colour. I couldn't give a fuck about the skin colour. It's about the culture that they were brought up with, the culture that they bring with them when they come over to this country. And it's a culture that doesn't fit very well with our own culture. Again, nothing to do with who you are, nothing to do with your religion, nothing to do with your skin colour or whether you munch rug or smoke the pole. I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. For me, it's about who you are as a person, and who you are as a person is about who you've grown into based on your surroundings as you were growing up. And in many cases, a lot of these people have grown up in cultures where, for example, knife crime or knife carrying and using is commonplace. And when you've got somebody like that, and they come to integrate into a culture where people don't go around stabbing people, one of two things is going to happen. Either the person with the culture that doesn't match learns to change, or the culture of the place where that person is going to will change. Okay, and what we've seen happening because of such a huge influx of people we've had such a huge influx of people with these cultures that don't necessarily gel with our own. What we've seen is the culture of our young people change. So young people from Great Britain are starting to carry knives in order to protect themselves from other people who carry knives, from cultures where knife carrying is prevalent. But again, it's a story tomorrow, it's a report tomorrow with facts, by the way, with facts. So it's worth watching. If you think I'm racist, it's worth watching tomorrow because it's not just my opinion. I will be giving you facts and numbers and figures tomorrow. So it's definitely worth watching that video. Scott, I will be opening the phone line in just a few moments. Thank you, DJ Samuel. History Debunked. I've seen some of his stuff. I quite like him actually. Right. Oh shit. I've left my ashtray in the other room. Yeah, I have. Right. Give me a second. When I come back, I'll be opening the Skype. 2 seconds. You're right there, Matt. Audio and video. Let's. Right, that is up. Okay, so 01515289590 or tech or Skype Dan Pap, and that will get you through to me. And let's hope that this works. I've not heard of John Irwin 77. Hello.
All right.
Scott, what's up? What's up, man?
Sorry, brother. I spoke to you earlier on, and I'm sorry to the brothers and sisters in the side chat. I'm in a really bad way, and try and hold myself together because I know I'm alive, and I don't want to upset the family in the side chat. Spoke to you earlier. By the way, I just want to thank you, Dan. You're a beautiful fucking man. Fucking always knew you were a beautiful man, and what you done for me earlier on this afternoon was fucking amazing on the phone. So, thank you. It's coming up to my little boy's 18th birthday on the 1st of November, and I've been attacked all night by Lee, Danielle, Amy, Nicola. I've been approach them down because, of course, I'm not a fucking idiot to approach them. They've attacked me all night. It's gone on for about 15 hours. And also because I loved Lee, I did love her. She's saying horrible things that I beat her up every day, which I didn't do, that I beat her up when she was pregnant. She's just saying anything to upset the narrative with regards to me and my son. She's got photographs of her on a mobile telephone call with me 5 years earlier, which I said to Angela, not the Angela in the side chat, but my mate Reggie's daughter, Angela. I said, Angela, there's something wrong with this text message. Can you read this before I speak to this woman? She said, Scott, it's very narcissistic, or words to that effect that Angela used. Anyway, 5 years later, the phone call's getting put up on the internet. So she'd done it on purpose, basically, Dan. So I was right to have my gut instincts with it's getting put all over the fucking internet. But basically, the phone call that she's now removed is me crying, upset, angry, effing and jeffing with her and telling her, you've nicked all my fucking money, you cunt. 50 quid, folding it up like fucking wraps of cocaine, sticking it in your fucking waistband, you fucking wrong. And fuck off! Fuck off! I'm going down the phone. She's now deleted that message because it makes her look a cunt. But my boys, I love my boy, Dan. And
yeah,
I do love him, Dan. And I don't care, Dan, for £120,000 Ferraris that I used to once own outright. I don't care for Z3s or Jeeps that I owned outright. I don't care for the business of my company. I don't care for the flat, the big house. I care for my little boy. That's all I ever fucking wanted, mate, when he was born. That's why when I dumped her, when I caught her nicking my money and she rang me up and said I'm pregnant, I took her back. Now, if I'm such a monster, don't ring up when I've dumped you and tell me you're pregnant. Just fuck off and get on with it. The reason you rang me is I'm not a monster. Simple as that. And fucking destroyed me, Dan. She's destroyed me, mate. I never thought some bird could ever do this to me. She's fucking absolutely fucking annihilated me. I got so drunk earlier, I wet myself. I got myself in such a state. Because of it all. I've got no mum, I've got no dad, I've got nobody to tell me, I've got no son in my life. I've only got you brothers and sisters. I spoke to my friend Sue, she was fucking horrible, Scott. She's a cunt. She went, I don't say this, she's a fucking horrible cunt. She went, the day I met her, I fucking knew she was horrible. And like, I'm fucking suicidal, Dan. You brothers and sisters know, because you've supported me. Danny Austin's been great, Ollie. Angela's been terrific. You've been wonderful, Dan. And what she's posted on my Facebook, which I've not deleted any messages, go to Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Go and look at my Facebook. It's all up there, what she's lying about me. I don't give a fuck. I'm not ashamed of anything she's saying. She want to be ashamed of her life. It's all up there. But I said to Sue, she's fucking coming out with the most barbaric shit about me. She went, Scott, we know you're not wrong. We've known you long enough. She's a fucking wrong. She's an absolute fucking Amber Heard wrong. And I just don't know what to do. As I said to you earlier on, and my boys, every Ferrari bought on the HRO website. My little Jimmy Jones, my old world, is the apple of my eye. It's my fucking reason I'm still breathing, my little boy. And he'll always be my little boy. He'll always be my little boy. Always, Dan. Even when he's 30 years old, getting married, and I'm at the wedding, I'll look at him and cry. He'll always be my little boy that I held in my arms, the first person, one of the first people to hold him from Lee giving birth. But what hurts me is I loved Lee. I loved her, Dan. And I can't believe she's doing this to me. You've cost me my fucking life. You know, what would your life have been if I'd taken Jimmy Joe out of your life? You'd be a crackhead fucking whore that everyone shags. I've lost my son. Some things are worth more than money, and my son is worth more than money. I couldn't function without my son in my life, and I've never recovered from it. And I can only but imagine that Jimmy Joe, like I said to you earlier, has gone, Mum, I want to see. I can imagine my boy saying something along the lines of, you know, Mum, when I'm 18, I know you don't want me to, but I want to see Dad. And she's gone, see Dad, rung Amy up, rung Danielle up, rung Nicola up, whoever this fucking Nicola is, because I didn't know Nicola when I was with Lee. And they've been absolutely fucking steaming into me all night for 15 hours.
Right. Why? Question. Serious question.
Yeah, go on, mate.
I know it's not easy, but why haven't you blocked her?
Well, a couple of reasons, Dan. It's coming through the Facebook Messenger. I've got no friends on Facebook. What I did across Lee's messages and Danielle's messages was I was watching YouTube, which I watch most nights, like most good brothers and sisters, and there was a documentary about Lily Sullivan that got brutally murdered. And I always do the God rest your souls and this, that, and the other, and I was really affected by this murder. So I spoke to Lydia. I went, Lydia, I'm going to do a nice post, and I got on the Facebook. Anyway, fucking meant to do the post, see 9+ messages in the screen. Thought that's a bit odd. Got no friends on Facebook, out of choice. Done the post to Lily, and then I see these messages, and I don't know how to block Danny. Answer to your question. I had a lovely lady called Kirsty that works for the Met Police that I rang up to mark their card. Look, Lee's already got me nicked once. She's probably going to try little tricks again. Just letting you know, be mindful. And Kirsty said, would you like me to come round and sort yes about blocking out? And I told her, Dan, as you and the brothers know, and the sisters, I said, Kirsty, I'm very bent up like a wire coat hanger at the minute. I said, I've got lots of suicidal thoughts. I'm self-harming. I'm a bit embarrassed. State of the flat, state of me. I said, I'd prefer it if you just left it. And she understood that, Kirsty. That's the only reason why I haven't had her come round to help me. But I don't know how to do all the blocking. Again, in answer to your question, I'm not computer literate. I'm very thick with computer technology and technology as a whole, Dan. And I wouldn't know what you brothers and sisters could do, like flicking an ashtray of cigarettes where you flick your fag. But I wouldn't. You can do things that I can't do. It'll take me an hour to do what you can flick with your finger and do in 5 seconds.
Right. And obviously we had a discussion earlier on the phone. I mean,
sorry, before I forget, I want the brothers and sisters to know this. She and Holly and Danny and everyone, and sorry, don't think I'm leaving you out, brothers and sisters. All of you, I'm directing this to. See what my mate Chris said is she's saying things for reaction. She's saying the most barbaric lies to get you to react, Scott, because that's what a narcissist does.
Yeah.
They lie. They say the worst shit so your stomach goes over and you thunder back with, fuck you, and then get yourself in shit. She wrote that I put £40,000 on her head and Jimmy Joe's head to have them killed.
Yeah, I'm going to be saying, yeah.
That's my son, Dan. And as much as Lee's a horrible, disgusting cunt, I loved her and I wouldn't arm and hair on her head. Even to this day. I wouldn't arm and hair on her head because I'm a humanitarian, Daniel. And I put everything into the hands of Father Jesus and his Father God. So I would never kill her as much as she may or may not deserve it for her killing of my life. But to tell my boy that I've put a contract on his head What else is she telling my little boy?
Whatever she's telling him, whatever backs up the narrative that she built up. It's the same as mine. I mean, I'm looking at the moment. I'm just going through some photos on my phone of screenshots. I'm just trying to find a so I can say word for word what was said. But
Yeah.
I remember. I don't think it's on here. It must be saved on a memory stick somewhere.
I'm sorry, Dan, while you're doing you're looking, you're checking. I have never, Daniel. I mean, you were amazing earlier, which is why you're so loved by fucking everyone. You're so underrated and understated, Daniel. You're an absolute one of the best human beings I've ever met. Is you. And let me get up there. Sorry, and I mean that, Dan. I fucking mean it, mate. You're a fucking legend. How you was with me earlier on. I was in a really, really bad way. You calmed me down. Of course, things got a little bit difficult for me through the day. You know, I felt like you literally cuddling me. You're a fucking amazing, beautiful dude, and I hope you fucking get so much success, mate. You kept me going for another few hours because I honestly, Dan, I thought, you know what? I'm just better off dead. And then that way, Dan, I don't get hurt anymore because. When Lee's a good-looking bird, right? I don't go to fucking munters. Every girlfriend I've had's been a rocket. So I said to my friend, and this will make you laugh, Dad, they're all rockets until they're putting their hands in your pockets.
Well, let me be honest. I did go and have a look at her.
Yeah.
I did go and have a look at her.
But Dan, I believe that.
And she's a bit of a salt. Can't deny that.
Yeah, well, obviously, Dan, I'm a salt, Dan. I'm a salt. I don't go with fucking munters, mate. Now, I'll be honest with you. When I dated her, she was a 20. Obviously, looking at them photos, she's had a lot of work done. For me, Daniel, being spiritual and being a father Jesus' son as I am, I'd rather she grow naturally old because to me, she looks plasticine like a little morph doll.
Yeah.
Most men, Daniel, on this egotistical world, as I'm sure Holly and Angela.
We've lost you. Scott lost you, mate. You've gone. I don't know what happened there, Scott. Try calling back if you can. What I was looking for in screenshots was hello again.
Don't tell me that you've told me and the brothers and sisters that you've taken a peek of it. She's done the Jedi mind trick on you. You're cutting me off.
So I ain't cut no one off, mate.
Imagine that. What it is, Scott, is I've taken a peek of her.
So
yeah, what I was trying to
Scott, let me just say, right, what I was trying to look for was a screenshot of a comment from my eldest boy's mum where she said that that my boy wants nothing to do with me. He knows that I was only the sperm donor.
Yeah, what a horrible bitch, right? Mate. Wow.
Now, people can say, women, you know, no offence to the women in the house here, but women can say some very hurtful things. Far worse than a bloke can say to a woman. A bloke might call women names and a woman will go, oh, you know, that really hurt me. Nothing compared to what women can say to men.
Well, and you're so right, my good brother, Dan. And what I said to you earlier when you was kind enough to just wake up out of your sleep and give me a God rest my soul as well, amen, because I know you're having an hard time in your own earthly life. But what hurts me, Dan, is I did love Lee. I really did. So years later, when she's saying the lies that she's saying about me, I'm thinking, you can't never have loved me. Bad enough what you've done in a relationship with me. But now, years later, you've still not grown a moral compass to realise what a cunt you are.
Yeah.
You know, and it hurts, Dan, because I fucking did love the girl, and it really, really hurts me the way she's being with me. And look, I love your honesty. Chris said the same. Chris met her years ago, and he checked on to her again, like you've done. like what we all do. And that's what she relies on. If you think she's thick, Dan, she's very, very clever. So she's attacked me with a little Facebook fucking photograph. She knows loads of men, brothers, will be looking at it. Oh, it's a little salt in it. It's a little rocket. She's very, very clever, because my mate of 20 fucking odd years said, it's a cunt in it that she's still a fucking rocket. I blew my fucking head at him. I went, this ain't a rocket to me, Chris. Do you get me, Dan? I went, I went, then you look at that then, my brother Chris, I said to him. I went, because I'm a rocket, mate. I mean, every bird I've been at, I mean, Laura blew Lee out of the water. Laura, if you see Laura, you fucking be biting your own fucking fist off. Every bird I've dated is a fucking model-looking bird, because I'm an handsome-looking man, and I am handsome-looking, even with a scar. But there's certain women that love you for you, Dan, like, you understand, and Holly and the brothers and sisters and Daddy would understand. But there's some that love you for your money, and Lee loved me for the millionaire lifestyle that I had back then.
Yeah.
She only loved the yellow Ferrari. She only loved the hundreds of thousands of pounds about. She knew that a little sucker, the Winky, and a this, that, and the other. She's getting an handbag. But, you know, she's getting a £700 worth of shoes delivered to her. Do you know, Dan, I don't lie about fuck all. Do you know, years after splitting up with her and living in a 6-bedroom house in Hornchurch, when I went to see my friend Leanne, she went, Scott, how are you? I went, not very good, Leanne. I said, I've lost everything now, babe. She went, you know, Lee? I went, what, the mother of my son? She went, yeah. She went, you know, you used to get her hand up for her and pay us the money? I went, yeah. She went, she told us you locked her in the house. I went, do fucking what? I went, she done what? I went, locked her in the house when she had her own keys, and every patio door had the keys in the lock from the other side. I went, you fucking taking... I went, if I'd locked her in the house, she'd never ever spot. You know what she's done, Dan? When I walked out my front door at 6 in the morning to drive the Ferrari to Tadmore Heath, I used to have to lock the front door, because if you pulled the handle down, the front door opened. It was one of them doors. Do you get me? She, instead of saying to me, Scar, darling, why are you locking the front door? Which, by the way, Dan, she would have known why I'm locking it. She's not a cunt, she's a narcissist. She knew exactly why I was locking the door. But it opened if you pulled the handle. Simple. But she told my fucking hairdresser that I'm locking her in the house when there was other keys in the house and her own keys to get out. And she'd done that behind my back, Dan. So what else was she doing?
But this is what they do, mate. This is what I was trying to say to you earlier. Now, here's another story for you. I was looking after my eldest boy. He was, I think he was about 8 or 9 months old at the time. Now, I had him, and she was due to come and pick him up. It was a Friday night, I think it was. So she's turned up at the doorstep. I'm eating my dinner. She's turned up, knocked on the door. I've opened the door, let her in. And she went, right. She goes, I need you to have him for the weekend. And I went, I can't. I've made plans. Now, I would have done. If you know, I absolutely would have done if she'd have asked me properly, right?
Cool.
But she came in and she told me that I was having him, basically, right? So, and I thought, no, fuck you, I'm not having that. So I'll stick to my plans. I've already made plans. I'm going out. Oh, so you fucking bitch and moan that you don't get to see him, and when I give you an opportunity to see him, you don't want him. I said, I do want him. I said, but not when it suits you, not when it's inconvenient, not when it's convenient for you because you want to go out. Anyway, an argument ensued. I got to a point where I thought, fuck you, get out my house, I'll keep him for the weekend, no problem. So I took her by the arm, took her to the door, put her out the front door and went to close the door. Okay, the door opened inwards. She started pushing against the door, so I put my foot at the bottom to stop it from opening. After about, 30 seconds or so of her screaming on the doorstep, all I'd done was I moved my foot. Because she was pushing on the door flung open and she fell on her arse in the hallway. Yeah. Okay. She got on her phone while she was still sat on the floor, phoning her friends up, telling them that I had just thrown her across the room. Yeah. Okay. Now, and again, this is the thing that spiteful women can do, right? There is nothing worse than a fucking spiteful
woman. But Dan,
woman,
you know
right?
what the problem is, my good brother? Because they're littler than us, most women, in fact, all women are more beautiful and littler than us in stature. So as soon as they play that fucking card, they're believed.
Yeah.
And Rue's done it to me. Rue's done me up Dan, I could come and meet you in Liverpool, my darling. Meet my lovely sister Holly that I love. Angela, I've got my heart. Has got my heart. I could take all of you. I go, let's go see Laura then in Chain. And every girlfriend I would take you to go, Scott, never raise a hand to me. Now I'll be honest with you, because I don't lie. I did raise one time. What she's done is she's used that one time when I caught her nicking my money, and she's timed it and doubled it like the weatherman.
Yeah.
That one time where I fucking lost it in 30 years of being with girlfriends, Dan, I grabbed hold of her, you fucking cunt! You're nicking my money, you're nicking my money, why are you nicking my fucking money? And chucked her out the fucking house. She's then gone, right, thank you very much. Now I'm going to say you've done that every single day.
Look,
and that, Dan, is what she's doing to me. She's using that one time where I'm not happy with myself, but I don't need to lie about nothing. As I've always said to you, brothers and sisters, I'm an angel of the earth, as I will be when I go out in the heaven. And that's a fact, and it's going to happen.
But this is the thing, Scott. She knows she's getting to you because of your reaction. So she knows that she's getting to you. What's ultimately happening is you're validating her. Okay.
I've given her what she wants.
Yeah, in her attempts to upset you. Now, I've as I've already said to you on the phone earlier, and I'll say it on here, I've already resigned myself to the fact that I'll probably never speak to my eldest boy again. It doesn't mean that I don't stalk him on social media and I check his photos and I check his profiles and stuff. But
listen, I do apologise. Please forgive me, Dan. I'm not being rude. My friend Chris has known me for 25 years nearly. 25 years. It's a long time, Dan, to be a friendship. Now, my brothers and sisters that I've met on the YouTube will be my friends for 25 years plus if I'm along this life, because I'll be in your life as long as you let me in your life, Dan, and Ollie and Danny and Graham Knott and all of the Angela, every one of you are my brothers and sisters, and I fucking swear I'll come and deal with any one of your problems. I swear to God I will. But Chris said to me at 25 years, my friend, Glenn, you're giving her what she wants, Scott. She's doing this to rubbish your character, and you're giving her what she wants. So, correct compliments to me that Lee texts me, then get Chris to ring me, and I was like, I don't need to get Chris to ring you. Chris is my mate. He knows what you've done to me. You know what I mean? I don't need to get Chris to ring you for your narcissistic behaviour. But if we can get off if you don't mind, Dan, I appreciate you letting me have my freedom of speech on your channel, because you're family to me. I'm in trouble because I'm suicidal anyway. So take your, please, Holly and Danny and all of my brothers that have watched over me for a while and blessed me with a little token gesture of money and this, and get yourself a pizza, Scott. You know, I didn't want that. I don't want that. Don't fucking do it again. I'll survive. But the fucking love, and this cunt has made a comment in the Facebook of, pretty much, ha 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 ha. I bet you didn't expect this to happen, did you? Well, what? Expect what? What am I expecting? What, my friends believe you, Lee? If they believe you, they're not my friends. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And as quickly as she's laughing, I will drop people out of my life, because I am a good man. Dan, I'm not perfect, not by a long chalk. The only man that was perfect is Father Jesus.
Of course, none of us are perfect. Absolutely, none of us are perfect. Nobody can.
But instead of her being an adult, which I'd have more respect for Lee if she rang me up and went, Scott, I'm nearly 40 years old, and you are right. You did not deserve to lose Jimmy Joe for what other men have got their sons in their life for. You didn't do nothing like what them men done. You was horrible. You was aggressive. You shouted. You was violent with your words of fuck you and this, that, and the other. But you didn't deserve to lose your son for being volatile and being passionate about your beliefs and your moral compass. But she can't even grow old gracefully, Dan, and admit where she... And like a typical Amber Heard, it's everybody else's problem. So she's going to her sister, Scott's making Jimmy Joe upset. No, I'm not making Jimmy Joe upset. Why's my fucking boy sit down and such a fucking noise, you cunt? Because he's fucking my little boy. And now he's not so little because he's 18 years old, Daniel.
And
I want.
and he is what is important. This is what I said to you earlier. It's about him.
And before I let you talk, Dan, I swear this on my fucking nan's grave in heaven, and I love my nan, Dan. She's the most being of my existence. Is my lovely nan, Kathleen Patricia Wood. Give her a cuddle, Father Jesus, amen. And all you side chat, I fucking mean this. I mean the next sentence. You better fucking listen to me. When and if my son comes into my life, I am organising a big get-together, and you are all, whether you turn up or not is up to you with your free will. That Father Jesus went on the cross to bless us to have. But I'm inviting all of you, because the reason my son will be in my life is because of you, Daniel Elliott. Because you and the PAP community kept me alive, and I will bang my fist on the bar.
It's nothing. No, Scott. It's nothing to do with us keeping you alive.
No,
right?
No, Daniel, listen to me. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. If you weren't in my life over the internet, I'll be dead. All right? I've got friendships. I've told you that 20 minutes ago. Then friendships was not enough. So Father Jesus introduced you to me. As much as you don't believe in Father Jesus, he believes in you. He believes in you as his son, Daniel. So you are not only, fuck you, Daddy, I don't believe in Jesus, but you come and left his son, me. Now, if you weren't involved in my life, you and the family that I love, I would have killed myself. 100%. The fact I'm still alive is because you said, when I am having Jimmy Joe in my life, there is a burger, there's a milkshake, and I'm going to put the invite out to Marty, Christopher, Cody Burks, Bill Ben, and the fucking Flower Pot Men. Plod to plod, you fucking name it. My brothers from another mother are coming. And when I fucking meet them, I'm picking them up and spinning them around like the Titanic, mate. They're in my arms. Because you brothers from the YouTube community have done more for me than my own family.
Listen, you might think that we have done something. We haven't. You're the one that makes the choices. Okay, you're the one that's made the choice to still be there. You're the one that's made the choice. It might not be a conscious choice. Okay, I mean, it might have taken us to remind you of certain things, but you're the one who makes the choices in your life, right?
I know that what you're trying to say is. I know what you're trying to say is a brother of mine, Dan. There's no accolades, but you are quite high up with me, Dan. So there's nobody can touch you fucking auditor team. No, I will always have your back, always. But I know what you're trying to say is that you've done it, Scott. But no, you've done it because Yardley Ski makes me laugh. Marty Blagborough makes me laugh. Christopher Biscuit from Live Free makes me laugh, and his family. You make me laugh, and you are my family. Simple.
So now I know you're lying because I'm not funny. So don't say I make you laugh.
But Dan, I will look on the YouTube where we're all getting bullied, where I've not had to do anything to earn your love, because Father Jesus has always told me respect is earned, and I know that I've earned your respect, Daniel, and I know I've earned Danny's respect, Danny Austin. What he done for me weeks and weeks ago with a 40-pack, I've never, ever had anybody do that for me in my whole life, ever. Not even my friends that I've got in my physical presence. So I was so overwhelmed with the love that your channel produces. And I spoke, which you won't know about, which I'm happy to tell you on your live feed. I said, Father Jesus, this Daniel Elliott is doing good. He's got brothers and sisters that actually care. It's not come from Danny, as in Daniel, sorry, to talk to Danny, to say, well, hello, Danny, Scott deserves a little 40 quid. That's come from the brothers that have come into his life to go, give Scott a pizza, give him a pint of beer and tell him we love him. And I didn't want it, Dan, as you well know, but when I had my pizza and my beer, which was given to, whether it was a pizza or a Chinese or whatever I brought, I thought, fucking hell, there is still some good in the world. There is still some good in the world.
It's just people. Look, I believe, I believe in the whole free speech thing, okay? Although some people say that I don't. But free speech is about having respect for other people. Okay, having
Yeah.
respect for other people's opinions. If you've got respect for other people's opinions, then you've got to have respect for that other person. And one of the things that I try and do is respect everybody that I speak to. Unless they disrespect me first, then I'll give them both.
You're like me, Dan. If you treat me and talk to me respectfully, you're going to get the best of me. If you talk to me like you think you're above me, I'm going to pull you down and show you exactly where you are.
Yeah. But one of the things you need to, as I said to you earlier, again, you need to remember is that any response that you give to Lee, okay, has to be about.
Look, before you say this speech, mate, listen. You're a good man, Dan. You said it. You're honest. You said, look, Dan. You said it. What's the first thing come out your mouth? Be honest. Not me. Not your worry about me. Are you okay, Scott? It's about I checked into her. She's a bit of a rocket, isn't she, Scott? And that is what she relies on, Daniel.
What?
A rocket appearance. Well, fuck your rocket, because I'm sending you to hell.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
How's that? No, Dan, listen to me, mate. Listen to what I'm telling you. I walk with Daddy Jesus and God. You people don't like this speech, but I do represent God and Father Jesus, Daniel. So I'm here to tell Lee, every man, even my friend of 25 years, has said what a rocket you are. They don't care about the upset you've caused to me. They worry about you. Look what you've been. You are an honest man, Daniel. Look what you said. I've got to be honest, Scott. I looked at her. Really?
Well, no, hang on a minute.
Really?
Hang on a minute. She's a good-looking girl. Okay, she's a good-looking girl. But the difference is, hang on, no.
Hang on, Dan. Hang on, because she's had a lot of plastic work done to her face. That makes you think she's good looking. Hang on, Dan. Listen to me. What makes her better looking than me? That's talking to you from my fucking heart right now.
But you haven't let me finish what I was saying. Is why.
Dan.
Okay? There's a difference. Somebody can be good looking. Somebody can be good looking.
Yeah,
okay,
but
be an absolute cunt. Okay,
I'm not an absolute cunt. Dan,
no, I know that. This is what I'm saying.
I'll turn up in drums, mate.
This is what I'm saying. Okay, there are people out there. Okay, that look great. Okay, and we know that they're absolute fuckwits. Okay. Now, for me personally,
you're not a cunt. You know what you're doing. You're not a bit cunt,
of course I'm not a cunt. It's because I'm ugly.
Yeah. Well, you're not. But by the way, Dan, you're not ugly. You're an handsome-looking man. Stop saying that. You're a very handsome-looking man.
Right.
All right.
So,
and let me say this: any bird that gets you is very lucky, because I don't think get the handsome you on the exterior. They got a good soul. That you've corrected your soul, Dan. You've saved your soul from years ago when you was a very naughty boy. Christopher's done the same. Let me tell you, I'm going to go as far as saying this. From my watch, whether Chris admits it or not, I looked after Chris and lived free. Now he's got back on board with his family and he started realising he needs to behave himself. A lot of people, where my posts I don't think are getting watched and looked at, they are getting watched and looked at, which is why I said to all of you brothers and sisters, especially my daughters and my sisters, please, Holly and Angela, watch the movie I Still Believe, because I still believe that. I still believe in a brighter day. I still believe that we're going to get to the other way. I still believe that your hand is going to be in my hand, Daniel, and Ollie's is going to be in the other hand, and I'm going to walk you home. I'm not going to allow these people that you think are good looking, as much as you're going to have your say in a minute, and you are going to have your say. Dad's going to let you have your say.
It's my fucking channel. I know I'm going to have my say.
I love you so much, man. You're the bollocks. I'm going to get on really well with you. You're different gravy, Dad. Different gravy. But she's not good looking, mate. She's fucking ruined me, mate. She's not good looking. She's ugly.
Looks
the part that she
looks aren't everything. No, looks aren't everything. Just because I might look at somebody and say she's a bit of a sort.
Danny. Now I love Danny. We all might have. Danny rang me tomorrow and said, Scott, I'm in London. Can you help me? I promise you on my fucking soul I'd be there. Now Danny invited me to his home in Spain. And you as well, Dan. I hope. Can you and Daniel come to a holiday with me? Now, What we got to do is we've got to stop the people that are attacking us and lying about us, Daniel. And we've got to stand up and go, fuck you. Because you're a fucking Amber Heard. If Johnny Depp paid the money he paid to open up Amber Heard and you let me down there, then more for you. Because Johnny Depp done what most women get away with, to open up the parapet of women's life. Now, I'm not going to sit back here lightly, Daniel, without Johnny Depp. I don't need Johnny Depp to complete me. He's not my mantra. I'm his brother. And he'll be very lucky when I take him back home to heaven. Believe you me. I'm me. And I'm here to say, listen, family, I'm getting lied about, and I'm going to work out with Father Jesus and God who believes in me and who don't. Because you can bet your life, Dan, like they see what you quite honestly said, she's quite a rocket, Scott, isn't she? So a rocket means that she can fuck me, does it?
That's not what I said. I never said that.
No, Dan, I didn't say you said it, but you get what I mean, don't you?
Right. No, it does not mean that at all. Now, look, listen, my exes.
Come on, Dan, you're my brother, and I love you,
Yeah,
sweetie.
well, listen, most of my exes, okay, and I'll use your terminology. Most of my exes are rockets, okay. Couple of them not so much, but
well, that's because you're a rocket. That's because you're a rocket. That's right.
Couple of them not so much, but the thing is, right, it does not mean that they are decent people. Okay, when we meet somebody for the first time, when we see somebody for the first time, we base everything in that first moment on what we see. So when we see somebody who's good looking, we think, oh, hello. Okay, it's when they open their mouth. That's when we need to be looking. That's when we need to be searching for what this person is about. Not the looks. The looks is great. Okay, looks are great. Anybody can get a good looking bird. But to get a good-looking bird that's a decent person
with a good heart, it's very hard work.
Is a lot harder, and most adults will know that. There are some out there that will just go and bang a decent-looking bird so they can say
to you, Daniel, and my brother. Listen, that's what I'm saying to you, sweetheart. I love you, Daniel. You're a very good friend of mine, right? Laura was and is absolutely amazing. One of the best girlfriends I've ever had, and I regret the day I ever split up with her. I dumped Laura. Laura didn't dump me. I dumped Laura. Ego, Dan? Maybe. Who knows? But I sat in my Ferrari and I said, turn around and look at me. Turn around and look at me. And I come back to you. Turn around. She never turned around and I drove off. When I drove off to the devil. I drove off to Lee that represents the devil, and that's my biggest mistake. And Lee's going to now, what she's trying to do now is to upset my family to be you. Well, then you! Then fuck off then.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, okay, how can I put this? Do you still look at this woman and think to yourself, she could be a decent person if she tried? Yes. Right, yes. Well, that's where you're going wrong.
I will tell you that I love Lee. I still love Lee. And I think that Bubsy, Dan, I'm going to tell you what happened. You ain't going to believe this, you brothers and sisters, but I swear, I promise you it's the truth. Bubsy comes to heaven. Because Lee was crying and was reaching out to her cousin that she trusted in, which is why I feel sorry for I'd say my Lee, not my Lee, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
But she went to her and went, Bugsy, can you help me? And she went, no, Lee, you can't let Jimmy go. And she told Lee some really bad advice, and she got in her car and drove home with my son in bits. And I know that, see, what I know that Jimmy knows from heaven, that if me and Lee, for example, if Jimmy had not died and Denise had died, me and Lee would probably still be together. It might not have been the perfect relationship.
From what you've told me, from what you've told me, the way that she is, from what you've told me, and I did go and look at her profile, and I've seen some of the messages on your Facebook. Okay, so that to me would indicate that if you hadn't split up when you split up, you want to know what I wish at some point. Go on.
See, I love you, boy. You're a very clever, boy. Yeah, I love Lou. I love her. And I don't want her to come to any harm. So, because she's been hurt by her family, I'll protect her and put my arms around her and pull her out that shit. But protecting her has killed my life. And protecting her has given her carte blanche to lie about me.
Right.
So the only way that I can be around Lee is when she says, Scott, can we have a talk? And I'll say, being that she's got my son, yes, because I don't care for her per se. I've been at a burger, blow her out of the water, mate. Blow her out of the fucking water. So ain't about getting my dick in her or touching her. Couldn't give a fuck, Dan. Right. What is important is my boy, my fucking boy.
Exactly.
And I mean that.
That's the words that's the words that you need to keep reminding yourself. Okay, your boy is important. Let her get one up on you isn't important. Letting her upset you isn't important. You arguing back isn't important. What's important is that your boy sees that no matter what she's thrown at you, okay, you've taken it on the chin. You've responded in a way that doesn't look bad on you, okay, and you make your argument should always be about Jimmy Joe. That is the crux of this issue. It's the same as me, right? When I have an issue with the kids' mums, when I've had issues with the kids' mums, it's about the kids. Okay, it's never about me and her. If she wants to make it about her and me, then I'll just
Dan,
make it about the kids again.
As your conversation, I knew from the Royal Oak pub, I swear to you on my soul, mate, burn in hell. I went, Lee, it's not all about you. She went, it's all about me! And screamed like a fucking bandy down the phone for 10 grand, Dan. 10 grand, that if I had it, I would have given it to her. But I went, I ain't got the 10 grand. So you can't ask for it today. And it's not all about you, it's about Jim Jones and what's best for Jim Jones. Yeah. She went, it's all about me. It's all about me! And went ballistic. Dad, and I do mean ballistic. So, look, you're someone, Dan, that, and I'm going to go on your Facebook and your feed to say this. Dan, this is for you. You ready for this?
Go on.
Are you ready for this next speech?
I'm listening, go on.
Because this is my next speech. Anyone that touches my brother Daniel Elliott, I'll touch you. Not only will I touch you, I'll make sure you've been involved. Simple. Leave my brother Daniel to grow his channel to be the terrific brother that he is. Let Marty, let Christopher, let everyone drive him fucking up to 100 odd grand worth of people. Because Dan, I will come to people and they will cry. Simple. That's why gangsters, Dan, can't bother me. No one can bother me. That's on your live feed. No one. No one can bother me. I go under the name Scott Angel. I go under the name Scott Angel because I know exactly what I bring to the table.
Right.
You get me, sweetie. You get me, don't you? If you rang me, Dan, and you said, Scott, I need you, do you think I go, Dan, I'm tired. I've got to go to sleep. I say with pleasure, Dan, I'm coming on the train right now. And that's what you better fucking all realise about me.
But
because
again,
I don't care about your followers.
But again,
Daniel, listen to me, Dan. Listen to me. You don't do tonight what you're doing for followers. You do it for the love of humanity. But I'm going to drag people around like a rag doll. And they're going to be thrown in the bomb. And that, Daniel Elliott, is the truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth, so because you ain't done no wrong to me. They've got nothing to be worried about, babe. But they have.
Right.
They've got a lot to be worried about because they're undermining my fucking lovely life.
But again,
Father Jews knows that they can protect me a little bit more.
But again, this is not to, this. You're going off of the core of the subject matter. Is your son.
Daniel. No, I'm not going off nothing. You're telling me I'm going off saying don't make you cough. No disrespect, mate. I love you, Dan. You know I love you. You telling me, I'm telling you, I am God. And Dan, listen to me. You know I love you, didn't you? There's big consequences coming. That's all you need to know. Alright? And you step over to me and you help your brothers like you're helping your brothers, and you help the sisters like you're helping the sisters. Fuck the place. You're even helping them. He's thick. He gives you to walk coats, can't even see that you're helping them. Yeah. So you've got a double-headed sword. You're helping them and helping us. You're helping them. And still they don't believe the man you are. Well, good. Because on Tuesday, I'm going to tell them exactly who you are. When we're standing together, Daniel, you'll know who I am. Do I want rewards for this world? No, I don't need them, Daniel. Holly and Angela tell me they love me. Yes, I love you. I'm going to protect you, sisters. If anyone puts their hand on it, they'll break their neck.
Right, and I appreciate it, I do. But again, you need to worry. Don't worry about me. What you need to worry about is yourself.
No, Daniel. You're the owner. You're the man. I'm not undermining you, babe. You've got the powerfulest man next to you. Whether you take it or leave it, I am next to you. So let's make it happen. Because I will happily go to Andrew's abuse. And guess what? No one will talk to Angela again, ever.
Right.
The way they spoke to her, ever.
And I get it, but this again, listen, right? You need to take that focus you've got of helping me and Angela and everybody else. You need to take that focus and you need to focus it on yourself. Okay. And, no, yes, you do. No. Listen to me. No. You listen to me. Listen to me. We've been on we've been on for nearly 45 minutes now. So listen to me.
Well, stop them. Who are they? Come to my house. I'll smash your fucking head.
Listen to me, Scott. Listen.
Go on.
You need to take that focus that you've got and you need to focus it on yourself, dealing with the shit that's being thrown at you. Okay, you want to help everybody else. Okay, you cannot do that until you are in a place to be able to do that. Okay, so you need to take that focus and you need to focus it on yourself and you need to focus it on dealing with what you're facing at the moment. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. You're very, very right, Dan.
I know
very,
I'm right.
Very right.
I know I'm right.
Well, no, you are right. You are right.
So listen.
Because you're a good man, Dan. You're a great man that gives great advice.
Right.
Dan, you don't lie and give shit advice to no one, even when you lie feet. So I could come off your feet tonight, drunk as I am. I mean that I'm because I fucking want to be. Because of you, cunt. Oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? You've all sent me to drink, so what are you going to do? Pay the pity party. I've sent the stuff to drink. Danny Austin, this one and the other, everyone's tried to help me, and then I let you down. And I don't like that, okay?
Okay. Listen, Scott.
I don't like letting you down, Dan.
Listen, the only way you'll let me down, okay, is if you let yourself down. If you let this person get to you and put you in this situation where you feel that you're better off not here, that is letting me down. So if you don't want to let me down...
I could go to the fact that I could kill myself. Right.
If you don't want to let me down, then you make sure that you don't let this person drag you down to a point where you feel you don't want to be here anymore. Okay, that is not letting me down. But listen, we've been on for 45 minutes. Okay.
Oh, we've been on a long time.
I need to let some more on because people are talking in the
comments. Yeah. Because there's others like me that need your help, Dan. Okay. And Dan, before I let you go, you're an angel, and don't you ever forget it. You hear me?
I'm listening, yeah, I hear you.
Do you hear me?
I
mean what I'm saying. Right, Daniel, you're my brother, but more importantly, you're an angel. Okay, Daniel?
Okay.
Love you.
Right.
Love you. God bless you.
take that and focus it on yourself. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Welcome. Hello, Dan. How you doing?
Hello, Bob. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just that my ears killing. So my computer talk properly.
Well, what's happened to your ear?
Somebody shot us. Somebody shot the bullet inside the ear. It bit my eardrum.
Oh, that's not very nice of him, is it?
I'm sorry to hear about your cat as well.
Thank you.
I know I don't sound horrible, but we never had pets when we was growing up. We just had animals that do certain things. So I can't relate what you're going through, but I'm really sorry to hear about it.
Right, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. So I said earlier, some people aren't cat people; they're more dog people because dogs are they're like working animals. A cat is just a lazy fucker that doesn't really do a lot. So I understand people's views on pets and different types of pets. So, but I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Well, we never had pets when we was growing up, Dan. We just, like, I had a German Shepherd, Bruce. All his function was to protect me when I was asleep. So
Right.
there wasn't actually a pet, it was just an animal to do a job. That's what we brought up to believe. So, but I know the people get attached to animals and that, so I know you use word attached to smug, and it's part of your family, so.
Yeah. No. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to talk about Scott just being on.
Okay.
Now, I'm not being horrible and nasty, Dan. Most women are the same. I would say all women have the potential to be like Scott's wife, ex-wife, and I'm going to get loads of bollocking from this. But you've got to realise, son, I've been through a lot of shit with my ex. I've been told I've done this, done this. I've done fuck all. All women, if you press the right button with a woman, she turn out to be a nasty cunt.
Right.
And all Scott's got to realise, son, that if he's going to commit suicide like you're saying he's doing, she's won. So if I was him, I would fucking keep alive, whatever it takes to fuck her up.
Well, as I said earlier, I think that women, yes, blokes can say horrible things, but I think
Yeah,
women have this knack of being able to say things that really cut to the bone. Okay,
yeah,
men can say things that are horrible. Don't get me wrong. I've said horrible things to people in my past. All right, and men can say some really nasty things, but women have a way about them that adds that sharpness to what they're saying, and it really cuts. So not for a moment suggesting that only women can be arseholes because men can be as well. But it's just that knack of being able to, what's the phrase they use, like you've got like a sharp tongue or something like that.
yeah.
When women come back at you, they can really do some damage with the things that they say, and whether that's because they're women and we're blokes, maybe whether that's the reason, or whether it's a difference. I don't know whether it's just something that's ingrained in our psyche as we grow up, that when you upset a woman, it makes us feel bad. I don't know, but women can definitely say some very very nasty stuff. They can very dangerous stuff sometimes. But again, men can be arseholes and say some very hurtful things as well.
I should told you loads of times, Dan, I'm a really one of the biggest cunts going.
Yeah.
But uh, I've never laid a hand on a woman in my life. But I got accused of it. So I've been accused of a lot of things from my ex that I can prove that is not true. But because she's a woman, people automatically believe what she's saying is true. It's same as Scott's. I just had off of Scott's Facebook and stuff what you're saying about him. I don't know Scott personally, but the way that he talks and the way that he acts, I don't think one for one moment, what they say on his Facebook is correct. But that's out there, and now all people's going to say, well, this got to beat this woman, blah, 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 blah. That's out there forever. You can't ever take that back. Know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and that's
So
why.
I just think that,
But that's why, like, when people come on here and try and slag me off, that's why,
yeah,
my response to everybody that comes on here and tries to slag me off is, "Where's your evidence? Show me your evidence. Don't tell me you've got it. Don't tell me you know this about me and that about me. Show me the fucking proof. If you can't, then go fuck yourselves." And it's the same with women. I've been the same with my exes in the past. They've made, they've said stuff about me and made stuff up, put it online, and same thing. This is words. This means nothing. And the people that believe it are the people that don't know me. And I couldn't give two fucks about those people. If they don't know me, I don't know them. They're not going to be in my life. Why should I give a shit what they think about me?
but it's not that, and it's not the people in the world. It's not just your world's not just you and your immediate surroundings.
Yeah,
It's a bigger picture. Now, you could be walking down the street it's in Liverpool, whatever you are, and there's that blah 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 beating the woman up or blah 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 blah. Now, so see with faith when years ago when you was a kid, I don't know what old you are. You're in the 50s, aren't you?
yeah. No, no, I'm not in my 50s. Fucking
Oh,
44, mate. Cheeky bastard.
40, well, no, but that's what I'm saying. When we was kids. Now I'm only 40. So when we was kids, we never had Facebook and Twitter, other media. So if you beat up a woman, then back in them days, only your immediate community knew about it. But now
Yeah.
it could be worldwide in a matter of seconds.
Oh,
You know
you're
what I'm
right.
saying?
And this is why I've had to pull one woman vigilante up over some of the things she's been saying. She puts things on her Facebook. The thing is, one woman vigilante has got like most of her following came from this channel anyway. I think
Yeah.
the people that still watch her videos are people from this channel, apart from maybe one or two people. Now, what she says about me doesn't really bother me. Okay, I know that people will see that, and then they'll probably go, "Oh, who's this Pat bloke? Let's go and check him out." They'll come and check me out, and they'll see me, and they'll go, and they'll make their own mind up. The people that don't, the people that just accept what she's been saying as fact, and then come and start attacking me for it, fuck them, is what I say. No, I know
But
it's
you
not
got to
that
realise,
easy, but that's how I feel
you
about
got to
it.
realise with one woman vigilante, she is clever. Wow, she says what she says. Like I said, there's a midst of truth in it. Like, oh, past people coming up to my channel doing this and this and this. In a sense, what she's saying is correct. Would you say that? In a little tiny sense, what she says is correct. But the other stuff, what she comes out with saying, oh, my lady witness got attacked. And she goes on about your community. So she's making it look like your community has attacked the lady witness, whatever the fucking called. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You've got to realise with women, Dan, you've got to, I don't know what it is, that you got the swing in the head. If you've done something wrong to them, like what's that this saying called? It's not worse than a woman scored, is it? That's the saying.
yeah, no, yeah, yeah. Oh, what's the fucking? Yeah, it's something like nothing worse than a woman scored. I can't remember the exact phrase, but yeah, that's practically right.
So that's what I'm saying. That's with this Scott fella. You should block her, whatever she's doing to him, and move out the area. So, because he said he's been attacked tonight for 15 hours from his
Yeah,
son or his wife, his ex-wife. Move out the area. Now, I know it's going to sit down and be hard and that hard, but it's going to come to the day that her son's going to say to his mum, wait a minute, you said this about my dad, you said this about my dad. I've looked at him and he's just now he's an old man. I don't know how old Scott is, but he's an old man. And what he's been saying doesn't ring true. Scott's just got to give his son the time to make up his own mind about him. All he's getting now is what his wife's saying. His wife's been saying he's a fucking serial killer, this. So all Scott's got to do is just blank them out. I know it's going to sound hard and that. Just blank it out, blank his son out to the day, because it's going to come to the day where the son is going to go to look for his dad. That
Yeah.
happens all the time, Dan.
Yeah, no, of course, it's a similar situation to myself and my kids. Now, as I said to Scott earlier as well, is that he needs to, any response he makes, he needs to think about his son. Okay, as you've just said, right, in years to come, when his son, it might be months, might be weeks, might be years, we don't know, but one day his son's going to want to say, "I want to know who my dad is." And if his dad has responded to those messages in a way that then makes him look bad, okay, with the parental alienation that goes on with children these days that are with one parent and not the other, they're going to go, "See, I told you he was an arsehole," point to his responses in the comments, and the child's going to go, "Oh yeah, actually you were right." Whereas if he doesn't respond, okay, or any response he puts across is, "Look, I don't care what your problem is with me. This isn't about you and me. This is about the child. Unless you want to talk about the child, I'm not interested in conversing with you." Right? And that's the kind of thing that he needs to put. So in years to come, or days, weeks, months, whatever, when the son comes looking for it, and you turn around and say, look, your mum tried to attack me. Okay, I didn't respond to her. I didn't call her names. Okay, and the reason I didn't is because I've got more respect than that. Your mum came and attacked me. But I didn't want to. I wasn't going to start slagging her off online in front of people. That kind of thing. And a child, hopefully in their 20s or so at that point, or definitely old enough to understand, will look at that and think to themselves, well, actually, he could have lost his rag and said X, Y, Z, but he didn't. So there is some respect there. And that's how it needs to be. The conversations need to be about the children and nothing else.
But as you know, that just doesn't never happen. They always they bring the kids into it, they bring this into it. But that's what I'm saying. Scott should just back away. Don't have any contact with her, because she's going to get more mad at him for not speaking to her than he's. So I'm telling Scott now, if he's still listening, I guarantee it might be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, but I guarantee you, his son's going to get pissed off with his mum, and then he's going to go look for his dad. It happens all the time, because I don't know how old the son is at the moment. You know how old the son is?
It's nearly 18.
18. Now, he's in the teenage years. So his mum's going to say, give him a rule or something like that. You can't do this and this and this. So what that his son's going to do is go, well, fuck you, I'm going to my dad. So all Scott's got to do now is let her do whatever she likes to do, and say, well, I've tried. Scott's got to say to his son, I tried, son, but your mum never allowed me. I guarantee I would put £1 million on it that in the next year or so, it's all we go to his dad.
Yeah. It's quite possible. He's getting to that age.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think that I think that he needs to. And although it's not easy and it is very hard when somebody's slagging you off, your natural instinct is to defend yourself. But sometimes you need to go right, bite your lip and not get drawn in, as hard as it is. So.
And also, it's got as well, Dan, is that the drink is the best companion to the demons. Now, I'm talking from experience. I've drank, I've took drugs, I've abused my body left, right, and centre. So I know what I'm talking about, Scott. If you lower your drinking down to only a couple of pints a night, whatever, your brain will start to see things clearly. It's your inner demons because you're drinking constantly. Your inner demons saying, yo, this. So if you stop drinking for a bit, you would find that your brain's more clear. And you know what I mean? What I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Dan?
yeah. Yeah, no, drink enhances the emotions that you're feeling at the time,
Yeah.
which is why sometimes you feel shit. Sometimes you can go out and then feel good because people have made you feel good about yourself, and you can have a drink and have fun. But other times, especially if you're on your own or you're only going out with one person, you could go out, still feel shit, have a drink. That enhances those shitty feelings, and you feel 10 times worse. So you're right. Drinking will affect that.
I'll get someone else and then Dan. Nice
No
talking to
worries.
you.
Right, mate. I'll speak to you soon.
Bye.
Ta-ra, mate.
Bye.
Right, Martin Birchall, you've put a comment on saying I will go on about police being bastards, but I never go on about thousands of dinghy divers coming to the UK costing the taxpayers millions of pounds a day. These people do crime. I don't mean to be rude, but have you noticed the name of the channel? It's not called Dinghy Divers Abusing the Dole System. It's police abusing powers, and therefore I will talk about them if the police overreach or abuse their positions in order to further particular agendas. But I'm not going to slag off.
Abusing.
Sorry, caller. 1 second. Can you turn your volume down for me?
Okay, Danny.
So I'm not gonna bring up and talk about dinghy divers, as you say, on the channel when the channel isn't about that. There are plenty of other channels out there that deal with that particular subject.
Yeah.
And therefore, that's not for me because that's not what I deal with. So anyway,
Yeah, nice show.
Caller.
I'm sorry.
That's
Nice show tonight, mate. I'm a friend of Simon's, microwave and fridge.
Microwave and fridge.
Yeah, you know Simon that does the trucking.
Oh, Simon. Oh, you fuck yes, Simon. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. How are you?
Oh, not so bad, mate. Not so bad. How's yourself?
Yeah, you were talking about cats earlier on and our animals.
Yes.
When I was in the mob, and Simon knows that I was in the mob, we used to have a thing called Felix the cat.
Right.
And if you don't know what Felix the cat is, look it up. It was the things for the bomb disposal because they had a cat because it had 9 lives.
Right. Okay.
And came from Britain. They painted it. The Americans took abuse to it because they didn't like the way we were doing it. But we, when we were there, or where we used to be, because we are the best trained bomb disposal experts in the world.
Yeah.
And the Americans are still learning. You know, so it does make you wonder.
I'll tell you what makes me wonder is that bloody machine they use.
The wheelbarrow.
It's got like chains on the front that spin.
Oh yeah,
round.
that's an armoured. It'll either be a chieftain or a challenger. So it's a flower. It's got steel chains on it. The United Nations use them.
I just look at that and I think to myself, what a fucking stupid way of trying to clear an area. Maybe it's not stupid, but to me, it just looks like an absolutely crazy fucking way. It looks like
it does the job.
It's like you said to a child, "How can we get across this, okay, without blowing ourselves up?" And they're like, just fucking throw shit and it will blow up, and then you can walk across. That's what it seems like to me. But there's some fucking mad shit they use, isn't there?
Yeah, well, they use a thing called a giant viper.
Right.
Now, in the early 80s, we used to have Medmans at Battersea, Suffield, in Canada, and they were like 15 a year. So the trains were one at the front, one engine at the front, one in the middle, and one at the end. And you're talking about a 15-mile train, Yeah. So it carried all the spares. Now, this giant viper is sits on the back of a Challenger or Chieftain. They used to fire it out with an anchor, and it was all made of deck cord. It's like explosives. So as soon as it hit the deck, it would clear a thing about 10 miles long by about 100 metres wide.
Fucking hell.
But the wheelbarrows they use now, they're nearly £70,000 or £90,000 a piece. But, you
in Northern Ireland. They used to use the wheelbarrows in Northern Ireland. Do you remember the old Ford Transit vans that they used to use in the Sweeney?
Yes, yes.
Well, we used to have them, twin tanks, 12-gallon tanks either side, 24 gallons of petrol, and they used to go like shit off a shovel. You know, and it's a place in the middle of Banbury and Leamington Spa. I'm not going to say where, but I'll tell you what, I've had some right laughs there as well, you know, because I was a dog handler there as well. But like you say,
okay.
you get this people say, oh yeah, you know, people they've got their dogs like the police dogs and security dogs and all that, guard dogs, prison dogs. But where we had war dogs,
Right.
and it's £180 per square inch. So 15 up and 15 lower, you do the maths.
My maths are
You know.
shit, but
Yeah, 30 feet. And when I was there, I had my dog, and he was a vicious little bugger. I had to go down every 4 days or every week when he had his food, because he get hold of his bowl with his teeth. It's one of these aluminium stainless steel mixing bowls, food bowls. They used to get it up, bang it up against the wall or the floor. I have to go down to the Remy workshop to go and see one of the metal smiths to bang the fucking dents out of a dog bowl. and they say, oh, you know, it's like the people that are going to go and do all this, you know, the 24-gun salute they did for what's her name, for her ladyship. All the horses come from Southern Ireland, and all the dogs are trained up at Mountain Mulberry, the Army Veterinary Corps.
oh right.
So a lot of people don't know that, you know, they say, yeah, but you can say things to a guard dog, to a war dog, mate, you can't say to people. Trust me, you can. They don't answer back. I had a dog there in the old days. Well, I'm 63 now, I'm going back colours. This thing, you could drag it out, sit there, go for a walk, no, wouldn't budge. It would growl, it would, you know, so if you drag me down there, I'll bite you. So what you used to do, crook your fingers, go to the back of the Land Rover, go down a beat, lock it up, come back in 2 or 3 hours, 4, you know, 5 hours, whatever, 6 hours, come back, put him in the Land Rover, he's happy as Harry.
Yeah.
But he'd never walk. That's the type of dog they are, you know, like, I'm not going down there. I'm not going down that job for you. You can bugger off. And they are, you sit there. And it's sometimes, the worst thing about it, people who've had cats and dogs, the worst thing about it in the armed forces, any dog handler, naval, MOD police will tell you, it's when you actually come to take it, to the great doggy in the sky, we'll have to go back. And the worst thing is we always taught, as soon as you pass the course, it was a 15-week course, when you did it, if your dog was going to get the bullet, you weren't allowed to go up, and that was the rules.
Right.
Whatever, and that was it. So, somebody said, well, no, I want to see him go. And that's it, guy. Take him. He knew that he was going to go. So went up, got his dog lead, got his lead and collar. Even got his dog's record. You know, when he went, he even got his the dog he served. He got the dog's record. You know.
Right.
So he never worked for anything because that's how they all the thing was under miscellaneous, like horse feed, dog feed, all the injections. He's like a serviceman, but a dog would have a full military record.
Yeah.
We had dogs with steel teeth, for Christ's sake.
Really?
Yeah. People say, oh, I don't know about it. They talk about the dogs. There was a book out called Dog Soldiers, DOG, Dog Soldiers, and some of the a thing. I'm not going to mention the thing, but it's RPC, and they know Scotties will know exactly. Servicemen will know exactly what it is. It was in Northern Ireland. When I changed over, my mate went down the road. I went back to in Oxfordshire place depot. 4 hours later, he was dead. He got blown up by a milk churn bomb in Northern Ireland in Cosmoglen. And that will stay in my mind for the rest of my life. You know.
Well, you know, as some of the some of the comments had said earlier, it's excuse me, the animals, even working animals, will you know, you get close to become part of your extended family in a way.
Yeah.
So of course, when one goes in whatever fashion, it goes. It's always gonna stick with you. It is like losing a member of the family in some respects.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, it's even worse, as I said earlier. It's worse when you're the one that has to make the decision. So if for example, an animal's injured beyond repair, and you have to make that call to have it euthanized, that is got to be far worse than an animal dying on the job or whilst it's out and about, because it's something that's out of your control. Whereas, as I say, even though having an animal euthanized might not be in your control, it might be the right thing to do and only thing to do, you still have to make that decision. And for people that have to go through that, I sympathise. I do, because, well, I mean,
yeah,
I've had, even just having to give my dogs up last year because I couldn't look after them properly was, that broke me.
yeah.
And then I got the cat, and he was run over the other morning. So, yeah, it's it's I don't even know what to say.
It's quite sad, really. And another thing you were talking about was the being military. We used to carry pistols and all that, and
Yeah,
people today, the police today, I think, is like you said, that guy he's going to go down the road for what he's done to that guy, but there's no need for that, and police have just lost it now, totally lost it. And if they come over like they do in Northern Ireland, I don't think they'll ever wear it on the mainland,
no,
because it's just, oh, can't do that. Oh, well, you'd have all the people up in the what do they call them, the politically correct, what do they know? They sit there, they've never done anything. They've always, whatever we do, you've got to get on with people, And my parents, half my life I spent in Malaysia, in Singapore and Malaysia when I was in. And, I've been to the Falklands War, I've been to Herzegovina, that place and all that. I picked the bits up at Lockerbie. One of my jobs was when I was in Civvy Street, I did the Fred West Affair.
wow.
I worked for a government contractors, I'm not going to say who, and they used to develop the ground radar. But if there are a few air people out there, they'll probably know what I'm on about when I say the aircraft refuelling, KC tanker. I know who the firm is. That's all I'm going to say. Danny, it's been absolutely a pleasure to speak to you, sir.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
We're not all animals,
That's true. That's true.
Like you were saying about mental health. Well, I don't have any of that because I use Tom and Jerry, and that's just calms me down brilliantly, So I'm happy as Larry.
If you can find something that helps you deal with those issues, the mental health side of things, that's great. I wish, I've not yet come across anything or anyone that helps me to manage it yet. But I know there are people out there that are able to manage it through, whatever means that might be. It might be going fishing. It might be watching a certain TV program. It might be a person. And I'm glad people have that route to escape the thoughts. As I say, there's plenty of people out there that are still struggling to find that method of escape from it.
Another good one, and you'll probably laugh, is the old Captain Scarlet and Thunderbirds programs.
Yeah. I haven't seen them for a while.
Yeah, no. I mean, as you say, you're from Liverpool, aren't you?
Well, I'm in Liverpool now. I've been up here for about 15 years. I'm from Essex originally.
Yeah, well, Liverpool and a certain firm that's down in Surrey, you know what I'm on about. You keep beating us, and it's not fair.
Well, I'm not a big footy fan.
What are you, rugby?
No, I used to be a football fan. Many years ago, when I moved up here, I sort of stopped following football so much because I was working so hard, and I just haven't really got back into it. To me now, it's just It's
Just
not
a business.
It's nothing like it used to be. Yes,
No.
people joined for the love of the game in most cases, but then it becomes about the money. And
Yeah.
I'd prefer to go and watch a Sunday league match where people are playing with real passion than to go and watch a top league club who are playing for money.
There are some pretty good teams in Surrey. One is other side of Chessington,
Right.
towards Brooks Hill. It's got a 5-core fighting cock. You probably know what it is. It's Dorking, but they're quite a good team, you know.
Right.
Got a nice stadium. Council are useless, but apart from that, they're all right, you know. But that's the way it goes, you know. So, well, you take care, sir.
And you, thanks again for your call. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's all right, mate. Take care. Bye.
Look after yourself.
And you. Bye.
Ta-da, mate. Jake, what's happening, my man? If you need to give us a ring, let me know what the last 3 digits of your number are. Hello, good evening, welcome. Can you turn your sound down? Hello? Goodbye. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. How are you?
Hello, I'm not so bad. Who's this?
Well, you should know my number by now, Dan. It's Mike.
Is that Mike? Sorry, no, it's coming up on WhatsApp, not on my phone, isn't it? So, how are you doing, Mike?
Right. Tired, mate. I'm just the east side of Devon at the moment. I've been out hunting regarding our client for the last couple of days, so I'm in a little bed and breakfast, just tooled down for the night, ready for tomorrow.
Okay, just so that people know who you are. This is Mike, who has been helping with the child welfare issue that we're reporting on the other channel, the independent media channel. So this is the private investigator that's been helping out. So just so everybody knows, because they might not understand what we're talking about if we talk about anything to do with that. So go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah. First of all, mate, I'm sorry to hear about old Smudge. I did send you a text when I got told.
Yeah.
But sad that is, man. I'm really sorry for you. But I'll miss that little fella licking his bollocks on the back of your couch when you're reporting. That's the first thing I thought, poor little thing. But yeah, you were right in your comments. It does happen, you know, and even if it's the person that actually ran the poor fella over, it does have a collar on, obviously.
Yeah.
And they could have made a phone call and made life a little bit easier for you, but they chose the other route, didn't they? It's not good. But anyway, the reason I'm ringing is I've, you know, on the media channel, on your first report you did on the Dorset child abuse case we're working on. If I told you now it's working, and I'm going to tell you why. I've been hunting now for about 3 days, 2 days away from home at the moment.
Right.
But one of the people you highlighted and showed the photograph and named on your report has taken long-term leave and left the country. Now, if that doesn't stay, I spoke to the person's boss on Friday.
Okay.
And she was scratching her head until I sent her a link to your video, and then it all fitted together.
Right.
You know, right, now I see why they've taken long-term leave and left the country for Ireland. And I was like, because I need to speak to them, obviously. So that's going to be a difficult one. But yeah, there's 2 or 3 that have left the council in Dorset, and I have to find them because obviously they've still committed the alleged offences that we're alleging. Yes. So I need to get them served. And if I can't serve the ones that have left the council, it makes the ones I can serve in the council that are still in office a very difficult case. Right. I need them all done and dusted and logic dictated before I actually come back down to Dorset again. And I need these final 3 that no longer work for the council served. So I can, you know, basically if they don't turn up, you know, we know why, but I've got to serve them. So I've been roving around. I've got 3 to do. I've done 1, the second to do tomorrow, and the third I have to spend another day away from home and continue in Devon until Tuesday.
Okay. Can we say the names of the people that you're looking for now?
Absolutely.
Because I've got people. Listen, I've got people on the watching this channel from Ireland. You mentioned Ireland a minute ago, but there are people on here from Scotland to Devon who might know these people. And if I've got images of these people,
well, the one that's gone to Ireland, it's irrelevant to me because they can say they're taking a long-term leave in Ireland. Well, that's great, but I know where they live now, so you know I can turn up at their property anytime. But Steve Bunce, B-U-N-C-E, Bunce.
B-U-N-C-E. Okay.
Yeah, let me just tell you, let me give you a bit of background on this character. He's a social worker, and when I'll call her our client because we're both working for the same goal. When our client, you've heard it, Dan. You obviously your viewers haven't. The first disclosure from the youngest victim, confirming that, you know, the member of the family strangled him and does this awful things to him. The response, and when that was played by my client, there was a serving police officer, a Montrose, in the room, serving. This is a guy who was in charge of looking into it. And this social worker, Steve Bunce.
When he heard Mike, you're breaking up a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When he heard it, any better? I mean, it's Devon, mate. The signals are crap.
Yeah, no, go on. It's all right. Go ahead.
When he heard it, his response was, he stood up, messed around with his belt, and said to my client, "I've had worse." And this social worker has been embedded on a campaign, as you reported, of dissing and undermining, you know, our client in letters, phone calls. He's a big part of this case, and he needs to be found. And the other person is a Jonathan Pierce. I believe you've got the document that you showed on the IMA channel.
I've got Pierce's letter, yeah.
Yeah. Again, that is he was the original single point of contact. We've since found out from our barrister it's actually illegal under the safeguarding rules to give any person, whether they're connected with the family or not, if you ring, you know, and give any information to any council, police, anybody in any organisation, you know, information that could help save a child or indeed a vulnerable adult against abuse, you cannot be given a single point of contact. It's a breach of, firstly, the caller's human rights to push that case forward. It breaches all government guidelines, and it puts a council in a very, very sticky situation legally. You know, if you're just given one person to speak to, and that person is told by his bosses or her bosses just to get rid of you, take it no further, they're lying, they've got a history of complaining, and something happens to that child or adult, it leaves the council in a really sticky situation. Those are the 2 main ones. But the list, again, I'm working on my own. As you know, I came out of retirement for this.
Yes.
And I'm struggling at the moment. We've got a list, an active list of 22. You've named, I believe, 11 or 12 of them. And from what you named last week, there's still a lot more that you missed out on. You were just, obviously, it was your first report. Yeah, but we do need to get them sorted out this week, Dan.
Well, I've seen the
list. There's a lot of things I've got to tell you.
I've seen the list. What is it? 80 plus people on that list, isn't there?
80. Police officers, council officials, high-ranking police officers, including an ex-chief constable. Yeah. Again, if it was their child this was happening to, they would not be allowing this to happen.
No, of course. Ever. Absolutely.
Ever. Because it's not their child, and all these people are still sitting on every panel you can possibly think of. Every panel. But let me just tell you this. I haven't been keeping up with your numbers on the IMA channel, but our client has. And she's really impressed with the numbers that you're getting. But more importantly, my number was given out on your stream, and I've had some really harrowing phone calls. One or two in Dorset, to be honest,
right?
But quite a lot from Sussex, Bedfordshire. Really very similar, about councils refusing to act. And you're quite right, there is. It's going to be a countrywide movement in a year or two's time. It'll have to be, because I just don't have the manpower. All I can do is answer the phone and give them some help and guidance. Yeah. That's all I can do. I wish I could do more. But I think we had a phone conversation with my team yesterday, and it's great them saying it, but they feel I should move to Dorset for a minimum of 6 months, just take up a rented property, and work from there, because logistically it's a nightmare for me.
Yeah.
I'm nearly 350 miles away.
We already know from the people that have watched those videos on the other channel have only seen, we've not even scratched the surface.
No, not even a tiny bit. I agree.
You still know more than I do about what's going on, because you're in the thick of it. I know enough to know that there is a huge problem that needs fixing ASAP in order to safeguard children, not just our clients' children, but other children who are going to be in a similar situation. And if it's
when you think, Dan, the chief executive of this particular council in Dorset, Matt Prosser, actually sits on his fat arse doing naff all, apart from big himself up, when he does happen to comment, in the press. Yeah. And this guy actually earns more than the PM.
Yes.
He's actually earning more than the Prime Minister of this country, and it's an absolute outrage. It really is.
Yeah.
And the very same guy and his cohort, Andrew Parry, who's the portfolio holder for children in Dorset, actually get to pick and salary their own staff. You've got the angel of death, Theresa Levy, who's the children's director. This is the first permanent job, Dan, she's ever had in children's services. She's always been an interim, but when you check her work history, I can say it because it's already out in the public domain now.
Yeah.
Everywhere she's been and left, she's left dead children behind. As has Sarah Tuff and the Harry House scandal. And they find themselves back in the same position but elsewhere. And I'm thinking, well, how the hell do they get past the interviews?
Yeah.
Because, Harry House was national news. And the woman who failed him in her department is now, working in the same role in one of the biggest councils in the country, in Norfolk.
Yeah.
And to me, that is an absolute outrage. And she has been emailing me. I have been in touch with her, and I'll tell my client first, to be honest, Dan, before I tell your viewers. But I have made what I call hard contact with her, which was Friday night. Right. I went, tracked her, and had a word with her, and I recorded it. And what she told me was an absolute outrage about Dorset. And what I'm finding now, all these people you named, are starting to ring me and basically ask what they can do. They're basically trying to do a deal with me. They're saying, well, look, if I give you this information, can you take me off the list? That's what it's called now, right. The list.
Mike, give me 1 second. Just hold on 1 second. Guys, please, can we... Look, we're talking about a serious situation at the moment, and all I can see is people telling people to stop bitching at each other in the comments. Can we not turn this into a slagging match? If somebody's been told to shut up by a moderator, normally it's because the moderator... And the moderators are pretty good, to be fair, okay? They know what my limits are, okay? And they rarely kick people out or time people out because of their comments, okay? But if they've deemed that somebody has said something and timed them out, suck it up. Suck it up, think to yourself, okay, I won't say that next time, and then come back in 3 minutes and carry on. let's not fall into a situation where we're all fighting against each other in the comments. We're all here for a similar reason, okay? We're all here because we all have similar views on the world, okay? So please, let's not fall out with each other. We've got enough shit going on in this world without falling out with other people in here as well and turning this into a slanging match. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, Dan. I can't see your programme because I haven't got my computer on. I can't get a signal on Wi-Fi where I am. I hope that's not about what I'm saying.
No.
No, I appreciate that. I know you do get people arguing. But let me just say this to all your viewers tonight. This case that me and Dan are working on is so horrific and so neglectful of all these people that me, you, and everybody watching and commenting are paying for. We're paying these people good money for good jobs in a council, and the only remit is to do a good job. Yeah. Now, in children's services, not just in Dorset, but everywhere in the country, they're failing big time. The news is constantly full of neglect, not from the parents or killers, but from the actual people. We sit back at night and have a cup of tea, hoping they'll be protecting our grandchildren in the future, kids that are born now, and they're not doing it. And this has to stop now. I'm 58 years old. I've been in this game for 32 years, and it brought me out of retirement. In fact, when I first said to Dan, I'll do it, I had a fishing rod in my hand. You know, I was just coming back from fishing when I read some documents and I decided, well, I've got breath in my lungs, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
So don't be arguing on the channel, you know, about who said what. Yeah, some of the comments, I'm sure, are relating to the council staff. Keep them going. Ring the council. Yeah. You know, I'm sure Dan can get the numbers up on his IMA channel.
I've already put on the IMA channel underneath every video so far on the IMA channel and every video that's to come out regarding this incident. I've got links to
I've got some good reports for you, Dan. So I need to speak to you. I gave you a few days because of Smudge, of course. So I didn't want to bother you. I know you're upset, but yeah. And I recommend all your viewers, you know, all your viewers, and the ones that watch this in the week on the replay, go over to your IMA channel because it's going to get big. And the way you covered our story in its first, you know, show out was, in my mind, phenomenal. From what you usually do, was phenomenal. It was great. And my client was overjoyed with it. I haven't spoken to my client for a couple of days because I am highly stressed at the moment. I've got to be in 4 different places at 3 different times in one car, you know, so it's difficult. So, and when I speak to my client, as you know, Dan, she's always got more information for you, which my brain won't take at the moment. So I've narrowed it down to these 3 animals, I'll call them, you know, and they know what they've done. This is a sad thing. They all know what they've done, and now they're starting to hide it.
Yeah.
And defend it, and just ignore it. But I've had some strange phone calls, and you know, from these council people.
Try and pass the blame on to other people. And to be honest, that's kind of what we want in a way, isn't it? Because we want people
exactly. And you know what? I've said this to these 3 people I've contacted that no longer work for the council. You know, I've said that you are the patsy. You will be the one to kick under the bus.
Yeah.
So give me a statement now that I can help, and which will help, and I'll do my best to keep you out of it and defend you.
Yeah.
Because the fact is, they no longer work for the council. You know, whatever they did in the council is still, if it's misfeasance, you can still grab them for it and prosecute them for it. They weren't aware of that, but they are now.
Right.
So I'm moving forward. I'm getting more and more results every day. But, you know, it's important that me and you have at least on the phone so I can, or through the client, and get some, I mean, things like Jonathan Mayer, the solicitor, the head solicitor, you know, of that council, is the monitoring officer. Yeah. He might not have ever even heard of these children that we're talking about. But it is his job to legally check paperwork, check review paperwork and results, and act on it. And he's done neither. And as of Friday, I made an official complaint to the SRA, the Solicitors Regulatory Authority, to get him struck out.
Yeah,
he needs to go.
Isn't this the one? Isn't this the one who's not actually registered as such, but the department seems to be registered, but he isn't. Is that?
That's nationwide, Dan. You are correct. What that does, in the case of a Harry House, let's say, happening so bad, they're covered. It's like an insurance policy.
Yeah.
It's just it's like wiping down a boxer with Vaseline. If you ever try and grab him, you're going to slip off.
Yeah.
That's why we do it. You know, very few solicitors that work for councils in the country, you know, are actually regulated. You know, I didn't believe that until our client, rubbed it into me, and I thought, that can't be right. But when I checked it, she's absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
You know, and if they're not regulated, then what the hell were doing in the role?
Yeah, of course.
Who's responsible? You know, I don't know. It's just, I'll tell you what, in all the decades I've worked in this industry, you know, it is the most mind-boggling case of negligence that I've ever heard of. And I've now studied probably 100 cases while I'm, you know, sitting around the house, driving, thinking about it.
Yeah.
The beauty about libraries is you can get everything now in audio.
Yes.
So I can play it in the car. Case histories. So I'm learning as I drive, you know, how these people get away with it. How can a woman like Sarah Tough be in charge of a case so serious, it was worldwide news,
Yeah.
and then leave a council, take a nice holiday, because that's what she did, and then go and bullshit a chief executive in Norfolk
Yeah.
and get the same job? I mean, would you hire somebody with a track history?
No,
of,
but
you know,
I think this is similar to what the police do. If they leave beforehand, in some cases, it's a bit different with the police because they will, in most cases, still take action. But if you know, there's no misconduct hearing for people in the council. Very rarely do they hold misconduct hearings for people in the council. They just say, right, they've resigned now. Fuck it, let's just forget about them.
That's it. Yeah,
And
you know what? And the other thing is that no organisations are prepared to spend the money to stand up to councils that have done wrong.
Yeah.
And here we are now, Dan, on a Sunday night. You've got me in East Devon. You've got you on your channel, as every Sunday night you are, and every day you are, you know, banging it out. And we've got, you know, a client in her 50s, an extended family member,
Yeah.
fighting for 2 children, not to be, you know, beaten to death or left in such a bad mental state they'll never interact with society. You know, and there's us two, you know, doing our very best. I'm in the car. It's nice and it's warm and I got sandwiches and everything else. But at the end of the day, I'm the one that's got to put together a case for a barrister, you know, who's also a friend of mine, to start the private prosecution, to bring these people to court. And you know what his words were today to me? And they've been that way ever since we started. It'll never get to court because they won't allow it.
Yeah.
They won't allow it. The council will not allow it.
Yeah.
We've got ex-councillors who we'd speak to regular. And the first thing that one of them said to me was, be advised, the council will spend hundreds of thousands of pounds to keep you away from them. That's me. You know how I operate, Dan. I'm all aggressive, straight in the face.
Yeah,
I don't care. If they've done wrong, they're going to get some. And I'd do it for any one of your listeners as well. If I took a case on, I'd be that evil in front of them. They're terrified of me. They don't want to talk to me. You know, I've listened to all of them now, and they all say the same thing. It's like falling out of an aircraft and landing in a field of salad shit or salad wording, because they all come out with the same wordage.
Yeah.
They must study it. Police council come out with the same shit. And I'm getting more and more annoyed. And the more annoyed I get, the more evil I get. You called me robust, and ruthless.
Yeah.
On this case, I'm not doing it for me. I'm 58 years old and I've got a bit of life in me yet. I'm doing it for a couple of boys that I've not even met yet. I've never even met them.
Well, it's the same
You know,
here.
and
Exactly the same
same for you.
I haven't needed to meet the boys. I've seen the evidence.
Yeah,
And that,
well,
that is enough for me. Like you saw the evidence and you was like, fuck it, I'm on board.
yeah, well, I've been trained to follow the evidence. Once I see it, I follow it. If it's
Yeah.
bad at the end, so what? I follow it. If it's good at the end, so what? I followed it. Either way, there's nothing personal about these people we're tracking and bringing to justice. I've got no personal gripes,
Yeah.
other than the fact that they should have done the job.
Yeah.
They should have done the job that we pay them for. But you've seen the videos. I mean, the video you showed on IMA, Dan, was, you know, to the normal person watching, you know, who'll pick that up off YouTube, you know, the Children's Awards bullshit ceremony.
Yeah.
It was, as you know, it was just a backslapping performance. You know, but if the people knew these people, you know, like Parry and Prosser and Levy, you know, what they'd done and what they're alleged to have done, because like you always say, and I'll back you up, these are allegations.
Yeah.
However, I wouldn't be sat in a £35 B&B in East bloody Devon for an allegation, mate. Absolutely not. I'm convinced. You know what I mean? I'm missing my home and my family, and I don't expect to get back home now till midweek.
Right.
Because it's important to get done what I've got to do.
Of course.
But I'll be speaking to you, Dan. I'll let you get on with your next part of your programme.
No
but who was that crazy guy earlier? I got a bit of it and my signal went. Is that the same guy that you had the GoFund raising thing for when he was in a bad way a month or two ago?
The one that was upset?
Yes.
Scott, yeah.
God, that's the one. I got a bit of it, then my signal went, and I thought, well, it was like me trying to get on your programme last week. It was awful. Just sat there freezing.
Wasn't good, was it?
No, it wasn't good. He was in a bad way, so yeah, I'm glad you're helping him out. But anyway, I'll say good night, mate. I'll be in touch. Probably
No worries.
Tuesday after the funeral. Like I say, once again, I'm sorry about old Smudge. And to all you viewers, don't argue amongst yourselves, guys. You know, if you're going to argue, get Dan to put the number up for the council. You know, hit them hard. They don't like that. As the old Dad's Army guy said, they don't like it up them. So ring the council. Voice your concerns to them, not to each other. Dan, pleasure, mate, as always. And if the client's watching, get yourself a good night's sleep, kid. I've got loads of news for you when I ring you next week. All right, Dan, good night, buddy.
Take it easy, Mike.
All right.
Ta, mate. Right, okay, guys, that is it for the calling. That is it for the phone-ins. I'll take my earphones off for a moment. Thank you, Mike, for jumping on. Respect for that. Appreciate it. I hope that some of the people that are watching this tonight that don't know about the Independent Media channel, which is in the comments and on the screen, I hope that some of you that may have heard the what's the word I'm thinking of? Passion in Mike's voice there. I'm hoping that might be enough for you to at least go and check the videos out, as we've said before, and I will keep bringing it up on this channel because I need people to know about the other channel. I need people to see the videos. I need people to share the videos. We need to put pressure on these people who are allowing children to go be abused in their county. We know it happens around the country, but one of the goals here is, you know, the main goal is to safeguard the children. That is the be all and end all of this. Okay, but what I would like to see come of this is nationwide changes. Okay, where people, you know, where people in these positions who think they can get away with this kind of stuff, think because they're on a nice wage, nice cushy wage, they're in a nice little bubble, you know, in their comfort zone, knowing that they'll be backed up by their bosses and they can pass the blame on to people that work for them, and they think they're safe, so they allow these things to happen, maybe not making it happen per se, but by not acting on the accusations, they are complicit in allowing it to happen. And there are children, as I've shown on the videos you've seen the videos, you've seen the pictures of the bruises on the legs, you've seen only a couple of videos with a few snippets of documents that I've got that we'll be sharing. I also have access to a private report that was paid for. Several £1,000s was paid to a consultant paediatrician who wrote a report. And part of that report is that the children could quite easily feel that their lives are worthless and kill themselves. Now, I'm sure I put that in one of the recent videos. That will be shown in one of the upcoming videos. But how we can even consider allowing children to feel that their lives are worthless and that they would be better off if they were not here is absolutely disgusting, and we can't allow that to happen. Which is why we need eyes on this subject. We need people to know about this subject. So anybody that can share those videos, again, it's not about me. This the channel, don't get me wrong, I'd love the other channel to do really well, but the point and the goal is I've set that channel up because of this incident that we're dealing with, and it is completely different to what we deal with on this channel, and therefore I needed another outlet for the info on that channel. And that's where that's going. So please, if you haven't already, consider subscribing to that other channel, Independent Media Alliance, and if you can, please share the videos. You know, we see some videos of dickheads on TikTok, okay, doing something really stupid, you know, scripting, knocking on somebody's door with a parcel and going, oh, I've got a parcel for your neighbour, we'll give it to them then, and shutting the door, and shit like that goes viral in days. We're talking about children who have been left to be abused, who the council and the police say that throttling them does not reach the threshold for child abuse. Starvation of a child does not meet the threshold of child abuse. We cannot, as decent human beings, and I'm guessing most of you are decent human beings, or I'm hoping you are, we can't, as decent human beings, allow children who need the most protection in this world to go on being abused and taken advantage of the way that they are. So anyway, that's that out of the way for now. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go make myself a brew. When I come back, we're going to open the panel. I know there's a few people waiting to get on the panel. Not waiting as in the back room of StreamYard, but there's a few people that wanting to get onto the panel tonight. So please don't go anywhere. Give me just 2 minutes to go and make myself a brew and drain the main vein, and I shall be back. Sorry, I left it muted. I want to introduce you to somebody. Some of the people on this channel have already met him, but he is my... Can you hear me now? You can hear me now. Don't tell fibs. Right. So, I've got a co-host who's going to start joining me on the channel. As I say, some people have already met him, some people haven't. But I wanted to introduce him to you because you're going to start seeing him on the channel. It's not Henry Hoover. It's not Henry Hoover. It's my friend here. It's although we don't have a name for him yet, do we? So we haven't got a name for him yet. So what I'm gonna need from you guys is a name for our little friend here, don't we? So stop, why are you yawning? If you're that tired, go to bed. So anyway, we're going to need a name for our new co-host. What I'm going to do is not in the comments here. No, not in the comments on here. We're going to put it in the community on the community page so people can put their comments there. Is that okay with you? Right. So we're gonna put a picture of him. He's lost his voice at the moment. Psycho's missus. So we're gonna put a picture of him on. Ah, you little prick. On the community panel page, and I'm going to ask people to help name him. So, is there any name in particular that you like? No. Okay. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't fucking nick me, you prick. Get over there. So see him move with both hands on the table. So anyway, so this here is our new co-host, who's is going to get involved in some of our videos on the channel. As you can see, he's a sergeant. Okay, so we must show some respect for our sergeant friend, because he won't take lightly to being insulted, will you? No. So anyway, I think he's tired because he keeps yawning. So I'm going to send him off to bed. Can we go to bed? Okay. So say good night, and we'll see him soon. But I will stick I'll stick a post up on the community panel, and you can put suggestions for names in on that post. I will say, however, I'm a little bit concerned. Look at the size of that. Yeah, I mean, he might be a little critter, but he's sure he's packing some heat. Anyway. Copy to clipboard. Let's pop this in the comments and pin message. Okay, so there we go, guys. Pinned comment is the link to StreamYard. if you want to come on. Do not come on if you're going to start bitching at other people. I do not want people coming on the panel just to argue about or to other people. I want to keep things as pleasant as possible. You was in Ann Summers the last time you saw something so big. She was in there the same time as I was in there then, Kaz. Can you come on and bitch at Roger? Psycho's missus, you can come on anytime you like and bitch at Roger. It saves us a job. Right. As I say, before I start letting people on, as I say, don't forget to get on over to Independent Media Alliance. A couple more subscribers in the last few minutes, so thank you to those guys. Let's get on and let's blow this up. Let's get people. Let's get eyes on these videos. Let's get them posted on Twitter and Facebook, tagging the councils. As I say, in the description of all these videos are links to all of the social media accounts that matter. That's the Police and Crime Commissioner, it's the councils, it's the polices. I know that Crafts and other, was it Crafts and Other Stuff? I think it was Crafts and Other Stuff actually went and posted on Dorset Council's main Facebook page and told them what she thinks of them, along with a link to the video. The more people we can get to do that kind of thing, the more eyes get on this, the more pressure we put on these people, the more chance we have got of getting these kids safeguarded. Okay. Right, I've got somebody new in the comments here. Hadrian, can you do me a favour? I won't put you on camera, because obviously you don't want to be on camera, which is why you haven't put your camera on. But can you please just put your camera on for me in the background and give me the peace sign? Just so that I know that you're a human being, a real person, rather than somebody sitting there waiting to gore bomb or porn bomb the channel. Roger. Yeah, I know that's you because I can see you responding to me calling you. So let's get you on, Mr. Whittington. How are you doing?
Good evening, Good evening, sir.
Good
Hello.
stuff.
Hello. I've got an echo here somewhere. What the hell's going on?
Tina, can you just give us a little wave with your left hand, please? Thank you, sweetheart. Hello.
Good evening. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, mate? I'm fine. How are you, mate?
Good. I'm okay, thank you.
The echoes from your end.
From whose end? My end?
Yeah.
You leave my end out of it.
Well, it's just been up a furry pig, isn't it?
Right. Can anyone else hear the echo? Yeah, Tiffany's saying there's an echo. Where's the fucking echo coming from?
I've turned mine. Oh, I got an echo.
No, they're saying it's from me.
That's not me. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm muted on the actual stream.
Yeah, I've not got another window open that's
No.
audio or anything.
That sounds better. Yeah, that's better.
Is it better now, people?
She's still echoing.
I can't hear any echo at all.
I can't hear an echo when I.
Yeah, all the chat saying there's an echo.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, hang on. Some people are saying no. Some people are saying yes. The only one not echoing is Dan. Both echoing. Tina still echo and Roger.
Am I still echoing?
Yeah.
Because I can't hear it. I can't hear it.
I can't hear an echo at all.
I can.
Mine's coming through really clear.
What the hell?
Oh dear. I don't know what's going on here.
It's not you. Babe.
It's not me. Oh, did it stop? Did it stop then? No. Oh, weird.
So mute me for a minute,
Try in the StreamYard settings. If you're both on your computer, if you look at the bottom of the screen and click on settings, if you go to audio, you should have an echo cancellation button.
Yeah, I've got that on.
Is that ticked? Is it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
It is. Try unticking it.
Is that better?
No.
Oh, that's multiple echo.
That was much worse.
Mine will be the same, I expect. No, just one echo.
Right, how odd. How peculiar. Is it bad, guys? Like really, really bad?
Yeah. And there was sound.
Still saying Roger and Tina are echoing. Would be Lost Souls Paranormal. This would be awesome on mushrooms. Bearded vet. I'm high on glue fumes at the moment, so this is friggin' hilarious. I genuinely don't know what's going on.
Yours an echoing.
Okay, let me try muting myself and see if it makes any difference. Oh, can you two talk just for a minute? Talk while I mute myself just to see.
Well, we can try. Oh, that's better.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear Tina perfect there with no echo.
Yeah, it seems okay now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you had the echo back then. Yeah, it's
right,
back.
okay.
It's your end, Dan.
It looks like it's mate. It looks like I'll have to sit this one out then.
Go into the comments.
Okay, let me have a look at my settings again. Audio. Let me try that. Okay, how about now, people?
Yeah, no echo there.
Is it better now?
Yeah. You okay, Roger?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Dan?
Fine, fixed, no echo, fixed. Right, okay, cool. All right. I crossed my legs.
Well, you got a cordless mic then.
Can you hear me, Dan?
I can, Tina. Yes,
right, that's good. Everybody can hear me, so.
Right. I see Bumblebee's showing up in the comments there.
Evening, Bumblebee.
So hello, Bumblebee. I hope you're okay.
Yeah, hi, Jane. She's meant to be discharged from hospital with no meds.
Hadrian, again, if you can give us a wave or something, just so that I know that, as I say, that you're a real person. I've got to be careful again as the channel gets bigger. More and more people want to try and take me down, and I had some knobhead try and do it, and could have destroyed my channel and got my channel shut. So I've got to be extra careful, I'm afraid. So right. Sonic, give us a 2-finger salute. Yeah, go.
Hiya, mate. Hi, DJ.
Hey, Tina. Hey, Roger. Hey, Danny boy.
So we've got a couple more people in the background there. I'll bring them on shortly. So I want to try and, without sort of over speaking everybody and stuff like that. So we'll take it sort of. I'll take it, but play it by ear is the right phrase I'm thinking of. Do you like my new microphone, by the way?
Nice.
Yeah, fancy.
So yeah. So although I haven't got the microphone to go in it, this is for a Rode Go, which fits onto there.
Oh, okay.
The police have still got my Rode Go.
They're not expensive though, Dan, are they? The microphones that you want to get?
A couple of £100.
What, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, the wireless ones.
There you go.
And it'll work with everything.
£8.89 off of eBay.
Which is great for a static setup. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I suppose when you're outside and you're doing interviews, that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, I want to get out. So when there's things like protests and that kind of stuff going on, I can have I've got the Go Road comes in a pair, so I can have one on the camera and I can put one on here, and it will pick up the audio from both that and on the camera. So I can use that to talk to people up close, which is pretty cool. So how are we all?
Really good this time, mate. How about yourself?
Still awake.
No funny turns this week.
Sorry about Smudge. Sorry to hear about Smudge, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all were.
They're trying to bring in new legislation, Dan, to protect all animals, and they're trying to bring in new laws regarding getting cats as dogs at the moment. If you hit a dog, you've got to stop. But they're also trying to extend it to wildlife. But cats are currently not covered, and that surprised me because vets are also saying, it needs to be in the law. But we're going to see what the new Prime Minister does, and if she doesn't, I'll be writing a complaint because cats have to be protected too.
Yeah, but the problem is
if somebody still classed as wild animals, aren't they?
They are, but if somebody hits,
that's why you can't be held responsible for when it causes an accident.
Yeah,
your video's frozen, Roger. Oh no, it's moving again.
I think the stream's buffering.
Yeah, it's just sad that people don't stop when they injure an animal, even if it is a cat. Stop, because that's somebody's pet.
Yeah.
You don't know if it's passed away. Get it to a vet, get it treated, and then you've got to scan. They can scan the chip, and at least that person gets told about the animal's passing.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I don't understand that.
I mean, I sure that's something to do with a law, like to do with was it farmyard animals, like sheep and cattle and stuff?
Yeah, they're not.
If you hit one, you need to stop and inform the farmer or some shit.
You got loose animals on Dartmoor near us, and none of them are protected. The horses, the sheep, they roam wildly all over the Dartmoor and everywhere. They're not protected. They don't have to report it.
But again, even if the law is to report it, if somebody's driving, I mean, the roads around here are usually very quiet. I mean, I'm quite close to a main road, very main road. Where I am, I'm off of that main road, and it is very, very quiet around here. But if she knocks an animal over in a quiet road, they're going to go, "Oh, did anyone see me? No, let's fuck off." Still,
exactly.
There's no real way of enforcing it.
That's where I'm lucky with my little one. She'll go out in the back garden, and she's too old and fat to get over the fence, so she doesn't go any further.
Some people are just sick bastards, though.
The best picture I saw many years ago, Dan, was a policeman driving down past Dartmoor Prison, and there was an accident. And a guy said, "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." And he's got a deer literally in his windscreen. I didn't hit anything. There's a fucking deer on the bonnet, and he's still denying that he hit the fucking deer. And this copper saying, "There's a deer on the bonnet." You're responsible for that. But yeah, there's a lot of wild animals up there.
I had a mate hit a cow with his transit. The cow was fine, but they wrote the van off.
Yeah. Well, I used to live in Epping, and I used to work for the council on the dust carts, and part of our job was going and clearing up roadkill. And We have muntjacs and deer and things like that around there, and rabbits and foxes and badgers all the time. But the deers were the worst. I used to drive a cage motor, and I'd go and pick up I'd be on my own. I'd be on call, and they'd be like, "Right, we've got a report of a deer being hit by a car," and we'd pull up, and there'd be the police there or whatever, and the deer would be on the floor, and you look at the car and you think to yourself, "Fuck, how is the deer still in one piece?
Yeah.
How is it still in one piece?"
Tough fuckers.
Those things weigh a ton, and when they're dead, and you try and hike it up onto the back of a fucking
literally dead weight
black van, it is hard as fuck, mate. It really is.
Recycled unicorn poo is put in the comments. Hedgehogs and rabbits. Well, I've been hit off my fucking bike once. Does that count? I'm still here though.
Lost Soul said, "I heard a sheep ran out ram out in front of your mum's car when you was younger." You should have just. Well, if I don't know about when you was younger, but if you get heard a sheep run out of you now, just send them towards the Queen's coffin.
You want to get a bloody sparrow fly into your chest at 70 mile an hour on a motorbike?
Oh, rather not.
My whole chest from my neck to my belly button was black, purple, yellow, and that was just from a sparrow.
It must be like being shot.
Oh, it nearly took me off the back of the bike. I had to stop and pull over on the motorway. I just couldn't breathe.
Fuck.
Can we talk about what your last caller said about the councils, Dan?
Yeah, absolutely.
I used to work for one. My city is Exeter, 14 years. 2 of us got bullied out, claiming that we were abusive to clients, but the people got it wrong completely. It was all fabricated because the people they accused us of being rude to, I wasn't even at work. So, good excuse. But they got rid of us. That's fair enough. So I told 6 directors, go F yourself, and I'll be back. So that's what I've been doing ever since. But in the 14 years that I was there, the corruption that I saw amongst councillors who were voluntary at that time, when I joined, they used to get their expenses. And then they decided to give themselves wages. So they're now on 45 grand a year to do naff all. But seeing what goes on in the councils, part of my role as a homeless officer was to work with the safeguarding teams with social services called Marek and MASH meetings to protect children. There were several children's homes in the city, and I can tell you now, even though they still get paid for the service, they don't do it. And to stop the discouragement of any press getting hold of the nursing home issues that were here, or the children's homes rather, there was abuse going on, they shut them down. So there are no children's homes now in my city. They have to be moved away from their family. And it is a disgrace. There is a thing we can do as the public. If you've got time on your hands, you are entitled to go and sit on any public meeting in the council. As a member of the public, you can sit and take notes. By doing that, that's intimidation to the councillors and the members of staff that work there. Very few people do that. But that's what I used to do with my notepad, go and sit in at the meeting, and I go into the financial side, dealing with antisocial behaviour, all the rest of it. And I'd ask questions as well and put them on their toes. But to keep these people on their toes, you've got to find out what they're doing. Every single council has to put up on the government site or on their own all the minutes of the meetings that they do. Have a close look at the safeguarding meetings that are not happening, the protection meetings for the elderly that are not happening. It is corruption from the bottom to the top. The workers like me, no, but the managers going upwards, the more power and money the more corrupt they get. Dodgy deals, brown envelopes full of money to pay someone off, all of it goes on inside councils, I can tell you.
Well, I've just because you mentioned the pay, I've just opened a page here, right, with 3 people that I've mentioned in the videos on the other channel. Matt Prosser, the chief executive of Dorset Council, John Mayer, who Mike mentioned, who is the corporate director of legal and domestic services monitoring officer. So he deals with all the legal side of things. And Teresa Levy, who is the executive director of children's services. Okay.
Yep.
Matt Prosser, £172,500 a year.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Jonathan
That's more
Mayer,
than the PM gets then on the basic wage.
Jonathan Mayer, £111,696 a year, more than the PM as well. Theresa Levy, £143,609. So that's 30,000 or so less than Matt Prosser. That's over £400,000 a year on people who are allowing abuse to continue by not doing their fucking jobs. They also get, well, I don't know all of them, but I know that Matt Prosser gets also £28,000 towards his pension. Now, I'm not sure if that's yearly or not, or whether that's overall when he leaves. I'm presuming that's yearly. But that's close to £200,000. That's £2,000 short of 300 grand a year.
Yep. This is what they do for themselves. They do this for themselves. That I think it was about 5-6 years ago. The councillors and the management took 15 seconds to give themselves a 17% pay rise.
Yeah.
Meeting 15 seconds. And yet the staff at the council hadn't had a pay rise for 10 years.
It's sickening, isn't it? They just don't give a shit. Absolutely don't give a shit.
I used to get threatened all the time by managers that used to come in and do different jobs. Oh, I could sack you for that. I said, I'd like you to try. I got enough crap on you to get you fired. So you want to back off? I'm a nosy sod, and I'm an investigative trained officer, and I watch everything I see, everything I hear when I'm here. And of course, it used to leave quite a lot of stuff on the photocopier, so I'd have a good read and take a copy. Yeah.
Is Mike going to look into some more once we've finished with the Dorset Council?
First of all, we don't know how long this is going to go on for.
Oh yeah, obviously.
This could go on for years. If the council have got their way, they'll run this out for as long as they possibly can. So this could go on for years. I would like to think that once this case is highlighted, that it could set a precedent across the rest of the country, and we might see a change in law, which would then help protect other children.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mike, I can't speak for Mike, but if something else came up in the future that would need exposing, that I and Mike Mike and I can work on, then I don't see an issue with doing that. But I'm hoping that this isn't something that we're going to have to do every couple of years to help new children that are in situations. I want this to be, exposed enough, and the people
to make the change.
Make the change, yeah. So that's obviously the goal, as I've said, is to safeguard the children, but second to that is to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't continue or doesn't happen again.
By setting an example, basically.
When you think of baby P and some of the other children that have died, because of lack of action by the council, the police, and everything else, you'd think that councils would be trying harder to make sure this doesn't happen, but instead it seems that they're trying harder not to get caught out.
They're just taking money for doing nothing.
If this goes well, and I'm sure it would with you and Mike, and it will get through, the one thing I can tell you is that Mike was right. Their solicitors in-house are crap. They really are bad. I took on the housing solicitor and challenged him. He didn't even know what law I was talking about. And I was like, really? Where did you pass? So I presented him with a legal letter. He said, what the hell's that? I don't know what that is. It's a housing law. You're a housing law solicitor, for God's sake. That's what you're supposed to be there for. But if it happens with Dorset, it could encourage more people to look at their own councils. It starts that step-up process. So people could start getting suspicious about their own council and start investigating.
Yeah, and hopefully it will. Hopefully it will. the people, the organisations need to be held to account. Good night, psychos, Mrs. The people and the organisations need to be held to account. You know, it's exactly the same as what I do on this channel. And I know we're talking about the other channel here on this channel, but what we do on this channel is we want to raise awareness of what's going on, you know, and obviously you do get my opinion mixed in with that on this channel. On the other channel, on the IMA, there's going to be less opinion and more facts because it's
more information.
Yeah, a different format to this channel. I know some people have questioned the other channel, saying that, hey, where's
the tongues? The tongues.
Where's mine? I, you know, and I want the IMA channel to be to reflect the seriousness of some of the things that we're going to be dealing with. From me anyway, hopefully, because I've called it the Independent Media Alliance, this isn't just about me. I've got plans, and I want to be able to bring other people on board as well, and give them a platform. Got it. And if I can bring
but you can team up with other people then as well.
Yeah, it's a say it's an alliance. I want to work with other people where I can. I've got stories that the stream don't want to touch, for example, because what tends to happen, people go to the mainstream media first, and then the citizen journalists they pick up on it afterwards. What needs to happen, because nobody trusts the mainstream media anymore, what needs to happen is the citizen journalists, the independent media are the ones that people need to go to. Okay, they need to say, I've got an issue, I'm not going to go to the BBC because they'll fucking spin it the way that they want to spin it. I'm going to go to this person who's not run by a corporation, who's not who hasn't got a political agenda, like a boss with a political agenda that's making them say X, Y, and Z. They're going to say what they're going to say it as it is, and then let the mainstream media pick up on the stories from the independent media sites and do it that way. That way we can phase out the mainstream media eventually. But people need to stop going to the mainstream media thinking, oh, look, if I sell my story to the Sun, I'll get some money. It shouldn't be about money. It should be about exposure. It should be about the truth. It should be about what is actually really going on. And that's what should matter.
But that's where the mainstream media fall down, because they are told what to say. Their lines are structured. They read from a script. They're not allowed to step outside it. They don't want to offend a certain group of people. And that's what happens when you've got a site like yours. You say it as it is.
I mean, it's not just the one like the news channel that's like got the one script. It's the same script that goes right across a lot of them. I mean, the amount of footage I've seen with all the different channels, Sky News, BBC, ITN, Channel 4 News, you name it.
There is a lot on the big stories. What you find is they use the press association. Okay, so what you'll find is you'll look at a report in the Daily Mail or the Mirror or the Sun, and it will say author PA, which is the press association. So what happens is that the government organisations go to the press association and say, this is the story. The press association write the story, and then they send that story out to their members, which is the Sun, the Mirror, the Mail, the Guardian, all of these other places. But that's only for the big major stories that involve things like the government. Okay. The other stories, obviously, they'll put their own spin on it. But like, for example, let's look at Chris Kabar, for example, okay, who got shot by the police the other week, or last Monday, I think it was. Now, the stories from different outlets, and this helps me because it helps me identify what is true and what's not necessarily true. I can then go through multiple sources, see what information tallies up. If one source says that something else happened that the others don't, then that's something for me to then phone up and check about, phone the police, phone the courts, whatever it might be that I need to do. And I can find out that information before I put it into my report. But when it's all the same story, as you're saying, and this happened over COVID, because it was a major thing. It was a government, government story. Therefore, they go to the press association and they copy and paste the same thing out to everybody.
Yeah.
And that's the issue that we've got. We need people to, again, yes, on this channel, I also give my opinion. The reason I do that is to create the debate, to create something to talk about in the comments. On the other channel, it won't be the case. And I won't be as active in the comments on the other channel simply because I won't have the time. But the as I said, the layout of that channel, the way that I'm doing things on that channel is, I'm not doing it in here because I've got all the PAP stuff about, and I want to keep it completely separate. So I'll be filming in the other room for now, and I won't be wearing a t-shirt that says "Hello, you cunt" on it, because that's
it's not what the channel's about.
Exactly, it doesn't fit with that channel. So I want to try and keep the two separate in that respect. But yeah, I've forgotten where I was going with that now, so I'll let somebody else talk for a minute.
Well, have you heard the latest on the Chris Kabar thing?
Which bit?
The Justice for Chris. They've started crowdfunding, basically.
Right.
And already 2 of the group have quit their full-time jobs to do this. Now, you tell me where that money's going to go.
Right. Well, it sounds to me a bit like what the BLM did. I mean,
and I made reference to that.
There's cases in America at the moment where members of the BLM, the management, shall we say, of BLM,
yeah.
There's cases of them taking BLM to court for spending, I think it was £6 million on a fucking mansion.
Oh, they bought several of them. They bought several of them over there.
They have, yeah.
They called, what did they call it? I think they called it like a safe house or something.
Yeah.
Now, number one, you wouldn't pay £6 million for a safe house, because a safe house is only safe while nobody knows it. And you don't want to pay £6 million and have to fuck off somewhere else when it gets found out about.
Yeah, and you don't go and live in it yourself, do you?
That too, yes, very, very, very true.
That's why you've always got to check crowdfunding sites to see if they're genuine, and there needs to be a kind of like financial advisor attached to that to make sure the accounts are kept in a separate bank account that nobody can access, and it goes where it needs to go. That's what you need to ensure. Yeah. So that's what friends of mine have done for children that needed special cerebral palsy treatment. It was set up by a financial organisation for us. They held all the money. We had nothing to do with that. We just did the fundraising to get this little boy treatment.
Most charitable organisations as well, you'd have your board, which have to all agree, or majority agree on what that money is going to be spent on, but they shouldn't have access to the money themselves.
No, the only time I did one in cash was we did a charity run for hospice care when my father-in-law passed away with cancer. And I got very, very large grown men drunk one night and got them to sign a contract to do a nappy run and dress up like babies. The biggest one was 35 stone. So, and trying to find a large towel to turn into a nappy with a giant Scotch kilt pin running around the city. Now, the idea was we had 12 men. One was my ex-partner. He's 6'5", right? Baby bonnets, baby booties, bottle around the neck, a nappy on, and a t-shirt. They were supposed to have soft drinks in every pub they went to on a pub crawl in the city. And I'll send you some photos, Daniel. I have a right laugh about this. So the landlords changed it to alcohol. So by the time we got halfway down to the clubs, they were well rat-assed. And trying to see all these giant men running around in giant baby clothes, especially the one that was a big lad. His nappy pin broke, and I had to put him on a pool table, trying to stretch this towel over him to get his nappy pin off. He wanted to go in his boxer shorts, and he's rat-assed. He said, "Don't hit me with the pin." I said, "Don't worry about it. Your dick's not that big, so I'm not going to hit it." So we raised £5,000 in one night in cash. We had IOUs put in by solicitors, and I said they're never going to pay it. We went round to the solicitor's office. They all paid it. We ended up raising about 7,000 for hospice care.
Oh, cool. No, but one of the companies that I set up several years back now, was a CIC. It was a community interest company, which is basically a charity. It's a limited company, but it works like a charity.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
No worries. And what that does is it's meant to benefit the community that it's in.
Yeah.
Now the company that I set up was an online training company, or was going to be an online training company. It didn't get off the ground. And we were supposed to work with the DWP and offer training to people that were looking for work. And it was something they could do at home on their computer, get a certificate once they passed the course. And obviously the DWP would pay us per person that goes on the course. As I say, it didn't pan out, unfortunately, and we are where we are now. But even with that, even with a CIC, I had to get somebody else to sign off any payment making.
Yeah.
So if I said, right, I need some stationery, I couldn't just take some money out of the bank and go and buy some stationery. I had to put a request in to another member of the board and say, right, this is what I need. Okay. They had to keep a copy of that. So I had to literally write an invoice, if you like, send it over to another board member. That board member would look at it and say, yeah, that seems okay. And they'd release that amount of money.
Yeah.
But as I say, there's a lot of places, people are BLM, for example, call themselves a charity, and I don't believe, and I might be wrong, if somebody can prove me wrong, that's fine, but I don't believe they're even registered as a charity or regulated by anybody.
No, they're a Marxist organisation.
So therefore they can do what they want. They can take people's money and spend it on what they like.
Yeah. This is why you do need to have a financial group beside you. I mean, what we did with the money we had, we tried to give it to them in cash, but I didn't understand that hospice care do not get grants from the government. They are a sort of like end of life service where they look after people terminally ill. So what they told us to do was to contact one of their contractors. So we spent the money on an couple of extra beds, extra drips, and all the equipment they needed. So then they weren't charged tax on it, so it was tax free because it was donations of equipment.
Yeah.
So that's what we did in the end, because I didn't realise that if they took the cash, the government would have taken half in tax. Bastards. Sorry.
Yeah, there was a lot of charities being investigated, wasn't there, for siphoning off money and what have you?
Yeah.
Oh, most of them are. I mean, look at Sir Tom. Look at Sir Tom's fucking charity.
And that's his own family that were doing that.
Yeah, his daughter started that by making herself president and giving herself 300 grand a year in a pay packet.
Yeah.
So it shows you how tempting it is for people.
Greed and power. That's what drives it up. It's the two things, greed and power. Once they've got that control and they've got that ability to take or make that money, they don't care about anybody else.
I'm not right.
Her father's name.
I was going to say, so I'm not right thinking, like, well, at least a good while ago anyway, there was something about, there was a bunch of charities, there was a big bunch of them, and there's something to do with small print, that they're only liable to give like a small percentage of the money they get. They're only liable to give that to the actual charity, and the rest of them they can keep or do whatever they want with.
Well, that's the thing with small print. I mean, you look at charities. The first thing to look at with charities is their administration costs. How much of your donation will be administration costs? That's the first thing to look at. The second thing to look at is, as you just say, look at the small print and work out what it says is going to the charity. It's the same as when let's just use Pringles as an example. If Pringles turned around and said, we're going to donate every packet that Pringles that's brought, we're going to donate to such and such. You have a look on the packet and it might say that 30% is going to the charity. But what it does is when you break it down, okay, it means it's going to it's being set aside for the charity.
Yep.
Okay, you might find 10% of that will actually end up in the charity's hands, but 15 or 20% of it might be used for the administration costs of getting that 10% over to the charity's hands. So you do need to look very carefully when it comes to charities.
I don't know if you remember the big scam on Oxfam about 12, 13 years ago. They started to investigate them because of an incident abroad where some of their Oxfam workers were raping in an African country. And basically they got involved with that. But it then transpired, people started looking into Oxfam. Only a penny of every pound was ever going to people. The rest was being spent on directors and board members, because all the people that ran their stores were volunteers. They didn't get any money.
That's shocking. Sorry to interrupt here, guys. I just taking my attention on the comments there. Is it PSNI abusing the powers?
Yeah,
I've just put that up.
I've just seen the comment now. I have a lady asking for help about her child here in Northern Ireland. She lives in England. Social services and police service in Northern Ireland standing by a sex offender father. Okay, to be honest, I'm not sure whether that's you, Paul, or one of the boys. To be honest, she's better off emailing the email on or under the videos on the other channel. I'll stick the link in the comments. If she, hello, Mr. Simon Sideways. If she goes over to the other channel, the independent media, there is a phone number she can phone up and leave a message on, and there is a email address. If she writes in an email, if she puts sort of in detail what's going on, then that will get to a person who should be able to offer some kind of assistance. But that would be the best. That would be the best option, to be honest, because I mean, obviously, I'm on this channel and I run the other channel too. But unless I'm in that headspace of the other channel, I've got to then try and answer people's questions and look things up, and I don't want to take away from this channel what this channel's about, if that makes sense. So if you send her over to the other channel and get to chuck an email out, then we will receive that email. Sorry guys.
Hello. I can't hear you, Dan.
I can hear him.
I can hear him. Yep. Can you hear us, Tina?
What's going on?
I don't think she can. Tina, can you hear the others? I don't think you can. Hi, Gabby.
No, she can't hear.
She can't. If someone does us a favour, just chuck a comment in the comments for us and let her know that we can all hear her. But she can't hear any of us.
Can anybody hear me?
I can.
Yes.
I can't hear you, so I don't know what's going on.
Log out and log back. Log out and log back in. Right, I've got two more people sitting in the back. I've got Michael Kent and I've got.
Can't hear you.
Cheese. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. Hold on a second. Right. We can hear you and each other. You can't hear any. Right. So I'm going to bring these other two guys in. cheese or I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Can you do me a favour? Just touch your head with your left hand. Thank you, sir. Hello there.
Hiya, Dan. How was it going?
How do you pronounce? How we pronounce your name?
Well, I'm Gerard Ches, right?
Ches. Okay. My apologies.
What it is, see, social workers have a code of practice as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Right? And so they are responsible for every wrong they do.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Supposed to be responsible.
Supposed to be responsible, okay?
Yeah.
They're under the same guidance as the police force.
Right.
Right? So they can be barred as well as disbarred. Right?
Yes.
And not go on. Right? So they can't be allowed to continue as a social worker.
True. I mean, we've spoken.
They can be put on the barred list. They can be put on the barred list.
The problem is getting them on that list, because I fear a lot of places will let these people go to their own arse, and so they don't look bad. I fear a lot of councils will say, okay, we'll let them leave, we'll let them resign. We don't have to go down that route, and then we don't get bad publicity. And that's what I fear a lot of
the only trouble is they're still accountable, they're still on record.
Yeah.
Right? So if they're still on record, if whatever the injustice they've done, they're still on record, right? So in other words, right, civil action can be taken after that.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're doing at the moment. We're looking at civil action.
I listened to the debate and whatever. But what I'm trying to say is they've still got a code of practice, and they've still got everything else, and they got to work within their guidelines. And if their guidelines, they can quit from their job, but they should be like the police.
Yeah.
Right. They should be either placed on the barred list, so they can't work again in that area.
Yeah.
And that's not right, because if it's proven, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with you. Absolutely agree with you, 100%. Totally. And with the
police, the first time I didn't know how to do this before to get hold of it, right? So I managed to do it. I don't know how I've done it, but anyway. I was in Northern Ireland talking to Sonic. Right.
Sorry.
As I was listening to Sonic.
Yeah.
Right. As in Northern Ireland is a little bit different. Do you agree?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
No. Can you answer me or not?
Well, the way certain things work up in Scotland tends to be a little bit different. I'm sure it's the same in Ireland with certain things as well.
Yeah, it does. It works out. I lived in Northern Ireland for approximately about 6 years, right? It's a little bit different, right? They go through a procedure of it's sort of like administrative court, and they sort of determine as a self-governing sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's right. They should have a body that should actually regulate what they're doing, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah,
well, they've got regulatory bodies on most things, haven't they? But again, this is an issue that we have, is that most of these regulatory bodies are run by people that are ex of the service that they are regulating. They have friends in that service that they're regulating, and some of them, even though we do get results sometimes, but some of them are pals with the people that they're supposed to be investigating, and therefore some people won't get the justice that they deserved.
Yeah, that's true to a point, but the thing about it is that I don't think the authorities are actually giving these people that have committed the offence, the crime, right? They're not giving them they're not accountable for it.
No. We was talking earlier about the Ginger Whinger, Alex Belfield. He has been given a sentence that I believe is an overstretch. I believe it's way more than he should have been given. Some people think he shouldn't have been given anything. I believe that he has committed offences, but to
going on all over the place here.
The sentence that has been given is ridiculous, especially when we have so many other incidents. And again, we have to take each incident as an individual thing because there are mitigating and aggravating factors on each and every incident. But how can you let mitigating factors or not? How can you let a child rapist get a community order, for example, and then lock somebody up for sending somebody emails? It just doesn't.
You know, it's a different type of crime, right? You can't stalk over the internet. Also, they say.
Yeah.
So how did this crime come to him? I'm not a supporter of him. Don't get me wrong, but right, you cannot stalk over the internet, right? You've got to be there in person, haven't you?
Yeah, of course. But this is what I was saying earlier on in the video.
Yeah.
You know, if we're not there, we don't know the ins and outs of everything. But again, even with ins and outs, potential ins and outs, if somebody is convicted or found guilty of, and I'm using kidney fiddling as an example because it's a heinous crime, if somebody is convicted and they get given a community order or a suspended sentence, but yet when somebody, as I say, has sent emails, even if he's pestered people, even if he's sent them, 5,000 emails as they suggested he did, which I don't believe that he sent that many.
Very much so.
How they can justify locking him up, to me, is a joke.
I thought this and they couldn't submit the evidence that the emails existed.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean. We this is the 5,000 is what they suggested he said, but again, I'll just use that as a point. It wasn't sort of important in the grand scheme of things, but
no.
But even if he'd sent them 10 each, and harassed them, in that way, that's
it's a different type of crime in this day and age, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
If he was on the doorstep and and stalk them, he should be prosecuted. Yeah, but when you not do it, when you never know when near him, it's right. You're not in contact with them, are you? Stalk. That's what stalking is, isn't it?
Well, this is they've picked it as a Roger picked up on this. Oh, he's gone. No, he hasn't. He's there. I'll bring Roger back on. Appeared a second ago. Roger was explaining to me earlier that they looked at it as a different, as a precedent, a different type of a crime, so to speak, because obviously things change with the advent of the internet, and stalking doesn't necessarily mean peering through somebody's window anymore. So I'll bring Roger back on and see what Roger had to say about that. I do have a couple of ladies. Well, I've got 3 ladies in the background here. And no offense, boys, but they are all far better looking than you, so they'll be coming on in a minute.
Competition time.
I'll let Roger see what Roger's got to say about
it's literally it's the new law on the stalking, Now, it was supposed to go through with this safeguarding on the internet thing that they shelved at the moment in the Commons. But they've implemented that part of it, apparently. And because this was the first ever case concerning this, they've made an example of him. And what they're saying is, look, if you keep continuing doing it to people, this is where you're going to end up.
Yeah, but what about other people, Sweet Roger? Right? There's other people that are doing this over the internet every single day.
Yeah, but they're not as high profile as him.
Yeah, but does it matter whether you've got a high profile?
And don't forget, this was all blown up by the BBC, who have influences everywhere, as we know.
Very much so. But, right? Should it be like that?
No, if they're doing it to one, they should do it to all of them.
Exactly. I mean, that what brings to me to mind is the whole thing with fucking Johnny Depp case with Amber Heard. You know, all that kind of shit happened all the time, but nobody made a big deal of it until it was somebody high profile.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, and it wasn't until that kicked off when you started things. It's pretty shocking. I think it takes until somebody high profile happens to for it to
And
kick off. You know what I mean?
what it goes on to is, right, Johnny Depp sued her, she can't afford it, and he's more or less going to let her out of it because he said, oh, I can't do it to her now.
Yeah, because he was going to bankrupt her, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You should have done. I would have done it. Fuck it.
You know what I mean? And so where does it go? How far does it go? You know what I mean?
You'll find there'll be a lot more cases of it now. Now they've tested it.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, well,
there'll be a lot more coming out now. But there'll be lower class cases, so you won't hear about them. This is the thing. Unless you go and look at the court listings.
You should have that, should it? You know, I mean, you shouldn't have that.
Yeah, this one's like a warning shot with Belfield.
Of course, you say it shouldn't be that way, and it shouldn't.
No,
we shouldn't have to rely on a well-known personality to be taken to court or to take somebody to court. We should all be treated exactly the same, but we're not, and we see this all the time. And it doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. Your position in society makes a big difference to how you're treated as well.
You've only got to look at what happened at the Queen laying in state, haven't you? All the celebs coming in the back door, jumping the queues.
Yeah,
exactly. I heard some shit blowing up about that earlier. Oh, who was it? Fucking, is it Schofield or something like that, was it?
Yeah, Philip and Ollie. Yeah, Philip and Ollie come through the back door and everything like that.
Oh, he was a bit fucking back door.
The politicians that are taking their family through, they're allowed up to 4 guests that went through the priority line.
Which is ridiculous anyway, because all they're doing is walking straight past you. They walk past it and look at it and keep walking, and that's it. I mean, what is the point?
Except for the guy that tried to knock it over.
Well, yeah, I mean, knock it over though.
About the guard, the security guard that's fainted because he was there that long, wasn't he?
No, I didn't see him try and knock him over. I see you, Lost Souls. I'll let you in a sec. I tried to. I mean, maybe he was a royalist.
Yeah,
maybe he wanted to put his hand on the coffin and say that he said his goodbye to the Queen, personally. Who knows?
Yeah, he was dressed in mourning gear, but
I don't think Ed believes me.
But what do you think, Rod? Do you honestly think if you're an high profile, you should get a severe sentence?
No, I think
it should be equal.
Yeah, we're all equal under the eyes of the law. We should be anyway.
Not that I personally think like the guy had a bit of a bad cut of the rug. Right, I watched a couple of those videos and how the police treated him. I thought, well, hang on. They have smashed his door in 3 times, took equipment and they found nothing.
Yeah.
And right? He was highly principled to say, right, we'll go all the way. And then all of a sudden now he's gone to court and but you know, it's like Roger said, the BBC are very influential.
Of course they
And
are.
that's why the police did what they said, what they did.
Covering
They were false reports. That the reports that were made to him, to the police, when them raids were happening, was nothing to do with stalking.
So, in other words, right, it's what they call it now, cyber stalking, is it?
Cyber stalking.
Yeah.
It should never be. Never be. That can happen over social media, all over the world, anywhere, at any time.
It can, and it does. I've been a victim of it myself. For people messaging me,
you know what I mean?
The police wouldn't do nothing about Crinkle when he was reported for what he was doing.
Well, what Crinkle then? Well, Crinkle was Dan's best mate, actually.
Yeah,
but showing some of the stuff he did and targeting people like he did, that should be classed as the same.
Do you think he really got a PhD?
No idea.
I was going to say, you better watch yourself there, Dan. I think Crinkle's still keeping an eye out for you.
Well, it might be.
Listen,
I'm going to bring these girls on as well now because I need some eye candy.
I tell them what.
We good enough.
If I stay there.
Yeah, you can stay there. That's fine. Yeah, we can get these on as well. So
be still. You're beating hard, Roger.
We'll start with Tina. Hello again, Tina.
Hello.
Hi, Tina.
You don't want to keep me on, Dan. You can put me on unless someone else and then put me back.
You're absolutely fine, mate. Absolutely fine. Who else we got? We've got Lost Souls Paranormal. She's at the front of my wank bank. And we've got Tiffany, who comes second in the wank bank. Sorry, Tiff, but
that's not very nice. You love me, really, Dan.
You look stunning. Great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dan.
What the fuck did you do to Tiff?
Dan.
Yes.
I just looked up, so while I was off, I picked up some paperwork I have behind me. One of the things you and Mike can talk about, councils don't like going to court because of the cost. And if you push even a slight nudge, mate, they'll back down. They cannot afford to go to court. All councils have got a restriction on court expenses. So basically, when I looked at the ECC stuff I got behind me, I thought I'd let you know. So if you were to challenge a court or a council, they won't be able to back it up. They just make
Well, this is kind of what we're hoping for. We're hoping to push them into a corner, and you know, it's not about money. Okay, let me make this clear. It's not about money. The client has made it very clear from the start, and they've never wavered from that. Okay, that this is all about getting the children safe. Okay, they've even said that. That they're quite happy to refuse any money. Okay, it's about the kids, and that is it. But all we need to do is push. I can hear an echo now. But all we need to do is push them enough for them to either to start stitching each other up.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. Listen, take me out of it, and I'll tell you who it was. That's what we need.
Yeah.
You know, and once we've got that, once we get statements from people saying it was this person that done that and that person that done this, then we can leave it to a court to decide who's telling the truth and who's not. But if as you say, it could get to a point where they say, right, we'll settle out of court. But that's not good enough, you see. Settling out of court does not hold the people to account, and it does not safeguard the children. It needs to go to court for a judge to turn around. This needs to change.
This is what I'm saying. If you push the council, they will back down because they'll have no choice. They'll keep telling you, we don't need to go to court, we're going to do this. If you stand your ground, they are terrified of going to court because they can't afford it, mate.
Yeah, they send out too many letters and then they can't afford the court case.
No, they can't. It's £10,000 to take somebody to court for an eviction. 10 grand.
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
taking to me to court. Taking to me to court on the 10th of next month.
What for?
Council tax.
You still haven't sent me the details. I could have sorted that out with a spare room rate. Come on, get your finger on your
I forgot they were meant to take me on the 15th of this month, and then on the 16th I received a letter. I completely forgot about it. On the 16th I received a letter saying, "Oh, because of the barrister strike, we've put your court date off." I'm like, "Oh, thanks for telling me a day after the fucking court date."
So what you need to get to me tomorrow urgently, and I'm going to nag you till I get it on the phone.
And I will nag you as well.
I want the documents, right? So you can
Right.
send me the paperwork, scan it in, and I will write to them, and I will produce the documentation as an advocate with my letter stating you're entitled to the spare room rate. Okay, so let's get that sorted, shall we?
Right, I'll get that over to you tomorrow, if I remember.
Do some covert recording while you're in there.
Dan,
Yes,
have a look in chat at Gabby Grayhip's comment.
What the fuck?
Oh God, that's awful.
Right, Gabby, send me an email. Yeah, send it to policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. Holly, Lost Soul's putting it in the comments now. She's a good little PA, is Holly.
Your secretary.
Send me an email to
Just
that
beat
email.
me to it.
Try and give me as much info as you can, and I will see what I can do. As I say to everyone, I can't promise anything. That's one thing I need to make clear. But I will always try my best, and if I can't help, I will always try and put you onto somebody that can. Well, so I'm a bit shocked by that comment.
Yeah, that's awful. It really is.
But this is the things they do to try and persuade people not to make complaints and look into things. Oh no, sorry, someone's not very well, not happy about it, so we can't do nothing. We hear that all the time from the police, don't we?
Ah, it's fucking bullshit, man. The least you can do is try and support them, comfort them.
Yeah.
Say to them, especially if it's a kid, you know what I mean? Just it's not your fault. It's fine. You're not in any trouble. Just
It's the biggest fucking cop out that I've ever heard. Cop being the pun and all that.
Yeah, they come up with all excuses.
It's fucking sick.
Of course.
What was
Say
it? Haven't we got freedom of speech no more?
Well, that's on its way out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, according to they passed the law as well.
They'll be stomping all over it tomorrow, you can guarantee.
Aye. Only if you don't stand up and fight and fucking, stop it for fucking going.
Yeah. Oh, that was not me farting. I was moving a chair, I promise.
You liar.
You liar. You absolute liar. No, if I did that, I would own up to that. You know this.
That's a shame.
There's a lot of things that should be getting done and systems that should be followed and procedures that should be followed, but we know that it's not. We know that these things are ignored. We know that processes are ignored and policies are ignored, and when somebody does something wrong, they do what they can to cover it up, not necessarily to save their arse, but to save the reputation of the organisation they're with. And
they all bleat about what they're doing to protect the kids, yet they do nothing.
Yeah.
And it's not until someone like yourself or Mike investigates and it gets out there.
Yeah.
Nothing, it's ridiculous. There should be a government body looking into this and controlling it.
Lost Souls, comment on the screen.
Oh, sorry, I've just commented in chat.
Oh.
No, well, I'm not West Country. I was born in Leicester. I was brought up in Wales. I've got a bit of a mix. I go really, really Welsh when I've been drinking.
Now that I have to hear.
You want to see what it's like being brought up in a test tube.
So what you're saying is you're a mongrel.
Yeah, I am actually.
Don't make it worse than it is, Tiffany.
Sorry about that, folks. That's
Mid Wales,
bearded
veteran.
I would never have said West Country to you there, Holly.
I don't know. I probably do sound a bit backward sometimes.
Nothing wrong with us West Country boys, I tell you.
Just have a look at your toes. If they're webbed,
that's only surfers.
That's not the Cornet, it's not West Country.
Oh, hello, Dafter. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, don't forget, Tina, I lived in Cornwall for a good part of my life.
I mean, all the surfers still down there, don't they? All the beaches, beautiful place though.
It's a nice place to come from, just not a nice place to go to anymore.
I don't mind going down there. Oh, a nice break. It's a beautiful place. Newquay's nice, and Croyd Bay. I love that.
I used to fish all over the place, but I was based in Newquay, which is basically a shithole.
Yeah. Well, my when I put it onto my census, they where do you live? And I put Exonian and Devonian, and they go, what the hell is that? Exeter and Devon, stupid asses.
Well, someone once asked me what's the difference between Devon and Cornwall. I said one gets emmets, one gets grockles.
That's true. Emmets and grockles, I've heard that for years. Trying to explain to somebody in France the word mizzle. They said, what's mizzle? I don't understand mizzle. It's mist and drizzle, and it comes together. And the mizzle is really bad. He said, why is that? I said, because it's so tiny, it gets through your clothes, and in every hole you've got in your body, and you end up drenched from the inside out. That's mizzle.
Yep.
It's a temperature term.
Well, guys, you certainly don't want to go to Leicester at the moment, do you?
Fuck no.
No.
And
the thing is that going to kick off big time everywhere this weekend with a lot of the police in London?
Well, they've got an opportunity, haven't they, now? I mean, did you see the amount of police that were there when it was all kicking off the last few days? There's fucking hardly anybody there. You've got a dozen coppers with about fucking 300 Muslims and Hindus all wanting to, have at each other. And all it would take is for one person from one side to make a charge. The rest would follow, and the police would be overwhelmed.
Oh, they wouldn't stand a chance.
No, of course they would. Of course they would. I just want to say, Simon's just said there's 20 people watching me in his Discord at the moment. So they're running this through the Discord. Can I ask you, Simon? I've created another channel, the Independent Media Alliance. I'll stick a link in the comments. I'm working with a private investigator to expose Dorset Council for failings around child welfare concerns. Some children that have been left to suffer, basically. I've got a long video and 4 short videos. The 4 short videos are just taken from the long video. Can I ask you if there's anybody in your Discord? I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to anyway. Is anybody in your Discord that hates the police and the councils and has strong feelings about keeping kids safe? Can you please check out that video on that channel and share it to as many people as possible? It's not about me. I don't make any money from it. The channel's not monetized or anything like that. I just need to get eyes on this story and raise as much awareness as I can. So I'll just ask you once. I won't ask you again.
I've put a permanent link to it in my description.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Much appreciated. Yes, Gare.
Is there any possible we could have a word with Tina, please?
By all means, go ahead.
Tina, you seem to have a lot of knowledge about how the council works.
Yep.
Right. So social workers, right, have the same, how can I put it? Same ethics and values as the police. They should have. They're governed the same way.
No, not really. Social Services Department is part of the NHS.
Good practice, haven't they?
Well,
they should all be under. They should all follow the Nolan principles.
They should, but they don't. Okay, they make their own rules as they go along.
But the thing about it is, they can be disciplined at any time, right? If they make a serious error.
Right. Let me explain about social services across this country. There has been multiple years of abuse of children in their care. There's not one government that's ever taken it to task. To my knowledge, there's not been many social workers ever prosecuted for this. Prove me wrong, but you don't see social workers being taken to court for abuse in children's homes and taking children away from their families, lying about families, making up stories. If they want to do something, they will do it. They don't care about the law. So who do we go to safeguard them? Okay, you call a social worker if it's a child. I wouldn't do that. There's no way I'd go to a social worker.
If they was proven to be wrong, right, in what they done, right, they can be prosecuted, can't they?
They can, but they don't. How many prosecutions have you heard of social workers?
Right, but the same situation applies like the police, right?
It does.
Right. When you get a disciplinary procedure,
yep.
Right, you go through that, and they've been found that they was in the wrong then. Right? Do they be placed on a bad list?
No, not. So what happens is generally in any council, if you let me explain, a social worker is called up before their superiors. They get a disciplinary. They're given two choices: leave quietly, the golden handshake, and we'll give you a good reference to the next one you want to go to, or we'll have to fire you without a reference. And they always go to the quiet one, so the person's able to leave and go to another social services department around the country. There's no guard for social workers. That's why they don't think about it. It doesn't enter their head. Even if you produce evidence of the abuse they've been part of, they're not scared of it. When I was at the council for 14 years, I used to go to mass meetings for the protection of children, marriage meetings, which is a higher profile one for offenders around children. And I can tell you now, they do not do it now. They get paid to do these meetings. They don't do them. They don't have the meetings.
Well, don't you think that that's given everybody a raw deal because you can't investigate them?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
If they have been proved wrong, literally all they say is, "Oh, we'll give them some training."
That's right, Roger. Yeah, but it's not adequate, is it?
No,
it's not.
Far from it.
You do that in the police force, right? And right, you right. If you've done wrong and you've been found wrong, right, you either resign, right, and if they do a disciplinary board, right, you either resign. But if they find it that is severe misconduct, you've got to put on a bad list.
Not social services. Let's give you another example.
Same as the police.
Yeah, but if I give you another example, social services come under the umbrella of the NHS services, okay? The NHS, as far as I'm concerned, in the United Kingdom, is supposed to be free. Now, during COVID, my area of Devon was given £83 million by two social services from central government to make sure the most vulnerable and needy in society, those with disabled children and the elderly, receive care at home. What they didn't tell the families, however, was that they called in private companies, right, who then charged the family. Some of them were paying £200 a week for the care. but the social services are always been paid by the government.
By the looks of it, Tiffany's desperate to chat.
Okay, sorry.
No, chat's desperate.
No,
It's a completely separate matter.
Somebody give chat some water.
Judging from what I'm reading, the chatting room is definitely fucking desperate, all right.
I've got Angela in the back here as well, so I'm going to bring Angela as well now.
Don't need a straw, Roger. Don't need a straw. I'm good.
I have to. I'll get a reaction from the cans.
Sonic, that iron brew is going to kill you.
Oh.
Only if you choke on the tin.
Fuck me, I've got an orange. I've got an orange can.
There's so many
He's a
times
bitch
you can
teasing
get
me.
cans of iron brewing, Will.
Are you getting paid to promote that, Tiff? Because if you are, I want to cut.
No, I'm not. He's a bitch teasing me. I don't have much iron brew left, and he's brought a bloody crate out.
Product
Product placement.
You do look like you've got an issue with it, though, Sonic.
Yeah. Actually, I drink more than he does.
He's a jock. He's got an issue with everything.
I got my coffee.
I've got my wine.
Oh God, I've got tea.
I'm
like
Garters.
I'm like super hardcore here. Look. Oh, where is it? There it is.
It's nice. I got a butterfly mug, as you can see. Butterflies on it.
Fuck's sake, Dennis. It's a black t-shirt, mate. You don't see much.
I've got a great mug in the kitchen that I don't use very often.
There's already enough of me on shore.
I don't know if
I don't need to show no more.
I don't know if Holly will remember my mug in the kitchen.
Cheers, Daryl.
Well, you
which one? The really big one?
No, not that one.
I think you told me about it.
You make my dick hard one.
Oh yeah, because you had to give me my coffee in that cup, didn't you?
Maybe not that one. I don't know. I'm sure not.
Oh,
Can I just get back to the social work thing?
Yes, go ahead.
They do have to be part of. There is a Social Care Act, isn't there? And then you've got the oh bloody hell! Yeah, you've got the Children and Social Work Act 2017, as well as Social Workers Regulation 2018. But I think they're all covered by the Care Act 2015. I think, Tina, was it?
Yes.
Which is the same, like you say, same as the NHS, and they all have to follow that. But again, as we know, they always fail, and but they do have to be held to task. Like it's always after the fact, always. I think to be fair.
Yeah, quite Angela. They're there, but they don't hold them, darling.
Yeah, but I think it's like the police. I mean, they're meant to be out there to protect and they're meant to prevent crime, but all they seem to do is investigate after the fact. And
I think the police create more crime than they actually investigate. They create it themselves.
They do. It's like they create their own storms, and then the moment they get wet, it's like, seriously, guys, you can't even solve a game of Cluedo.
Just imagine going to a shout out and not being able to arrest anybody.
Oh, they'd be
imagine assaulting someone and then trying to arrest them. Hello.
Well, right, I've got two more people in the back here, which I'm going to bring on because I've not spoken to either of them for a little while, and it's always. So we've got Mr. Reverend Simon Cyber.
Rev, oi, oi.
How's it going?
You doing, man?
Not bad, mate.
Living the dream. I was going to bed earlier on, but I'm clearly fucking not now.
And it looks like we've got Dafter in the back, but his device is not connected. So you need to connect your device, Dafter, before I let you on, mate.
Yeah, I told him to because he's come over from the old Discord, hasn't he? I said, get in there. Go on, son. You know it makes sense.
You're going to have some of that.
I'm working on Jaffa cakes tonight. It's the only thing to keep you going, isn't it?
What flavour? Just regular ones?
Well, this is supposed to be a value twin pack, but I'm telling you now, these fucking things are midget. Look at the size of the bastards. That's like 2 bites and the entire pack's fucking gone. Whatever.
So you don't get a full moon, half moon. Oh, no, wait.
That is poor, that is.
If you got to throw them, man, throw them this way.
Don't throw things out. Jesus
No, I threw the empty
Christ.
box. The fucking no, I've already ate half of them. That's all that's left.
Well, here we go.
I'll swap you.
Thank you for that. Sorry about
That's right, mate. How you doing, friend?
that. Good evening. Thank you very
The
much.
legendary mullet is here.
What's been going on over on Discord, Rev?
Well, we're all watching you, mate.
Yeah, we've all been watching you.
What's fucking happening, mate? There's 20 people in there going, what are you talking about? Because we're listening to you and we were listening to us. And it was the most confusing conversation going. We're like, hey, what? Hey, what? In the end, it's oh, fuck it, I'll go on. It's just easier. So, yeah.
Discord is brought the females on.
Well, I did notice you have more women than I ever get on. And I'm thinking it must be the Silver Fox bit. That's what's doing it, isn't it? I'm thinking he's like this.
No, he pays us really, really
It's the
well.
haircuts, Rev. It's
Yeah.
the haircuts.
Dan's got a good charm.
I'm missing out. You know, I should go shave my head or something.
Yeah.
Leave him middle bit though.
No, actually, go along with that. We'll get his head shaved for charity.
Yeah, we were going through the people in here. I was saying Pap's Pap, and I said DJ Sonic looks like the lad to go on a fucking piss with. And I said,
He's really
doesn't
not.
Roger look like he's always been mischief all his fucking life? I said, I bet he has, all of his life, mischief. So
You can
ask
tell,
him,
can't
you
you?
know.
You can tell he's been up to shit.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, Rev. Sonic is not the person to go on a piss up with.
No.
He'll
Can't handle-
fold before you even start getting dizzy.
You know, I went over to Ireland and got looked over by like some serious people over there, and literally the entire fucking 4 days was permanently on the piss. They were just passing me from handler to handler, like so that when the handlers start getting worn out, they passed on to the next one. I'm like this.
But Sonic ended up face down on his table in front of him.
I passed out. I got the picture here. I was sat in this fucking loyalist stronghold, like with all these nutters around me, and I'm like this. Fucking great. Well done, Rev.
Sonic's done on a live stream. Haven't you, Sonic?
What's that, mate?
You've done that on a live stream, filming the sleep face planting your desk.
Aye.
I'm surprised he's not asleep now, to be fair.
At least
That keyboard needs cooling on.
At least I had the dignity to fall asleep on the fucking table and not next to the toilet with a trainer full of puke.
The trainer was in the bedroom. Let's have it right. The trainer was in the bedroom. Okay, trainer was in the bedroom. Fucking good shot for somebody who had drunk as much as I had. I would never not have expected it to land in the fucking trainer.
Yeah, some of your live streams, you really go to it, don't you? I'm like, is he going to do the entire bottle? I mean, fucking brave boy.
Yeah.
Oh, some of his best ones are when he runs out of Coke. It's just a brandy, and you just see it coming. He's like, it's like, oh fuck, he's having another stroke.
Starts drooling and dribbling.
I did a live stream once when I was in my old flat, and I had these two people come in, and I was a bit drinking heavily. Well, actually, I was completely on it, and I managed to get them talking to each other. I'm like this, and they carried on talking. I woke up. So where were we? That was my live stream. It was a fucking nightmare. That seemed to go down well.
Dan, I reckon like one of your channel member live streams, you should do like virtual pub or something.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
And we'll all just get drunk.
Saturday night
Just get
pub
thrashed.
stream, wasn't it? I remember them.
Yeah, well, I don't need to do a virtual pub for that. I'll just get another bottle of brandy in, and I'll just get pissed while you lot stay sober. I don't mind.
No. You
We'll just say
put
you're
that
I'm not
back
staying
down.
sober.
No,
That's
fuck
what the
that.
Rev used to do.
Yeah,
I'll
you
just
need
sit
to
here with
think
Jacob
about
and
your
popcorn.
health as well, Dan. Though, don't be doing that shit.
I'm not. I don't get on it often. It's only now and again.
Yeah, that's all right then. You know,
It's
Quite
quite.
a light on, 'cause I'm in the dark here.
In fact,
I
I've not
just
had a
missed
drink.
that last bit of conversation. I just heard you them say that you don't get on it. Not after that, rude.
No, I don't get on it. Last time I had a brandy was fucking months ago, I think.
yeah.
That's
only
good
on
though, Dan,
only-
because you used to worry us there.
Only when the day ends in a Y.
Yeah. The only reason I worried you is because you thought I was going to get naked on stream.
No.
Oh God, please don't. Please don't.
I thought Matt was
Traumatized.
saying him again, Dan.
And nearly
That
got
was
his arse out once.
Live streaming Dan's head in a toilet.
No, I just really thought you might wake up with stick in your trainer again and you'll be devastated because you're like, you've left your trainers, yeah?
Trainer's all right. Trainer's just kind of wash.
You are never going to live that down.
Well,
No,
what you
in
want
fact,
to do
I
is
know
when you're drinking is put an old pair by the bed before you start.
I see. At least I'm decent enough. At least I'm decent enough that way.
I've learned to get up to the bed. I've learned to get them further under the bed.
I fell asleep on the toilet, woke up and threw me cacks. Does that count? I'm back to sleep, woke up, well, I can't wear them.
At least I'm decent that way. I don't puke up my own trainers. I use some fucking else's.
Yeah.
I fell asleep on my own doorstep once. That was funny.
Oh, I've done that at the caravan park.
Got it that you never got in. Okay.
Well, the taxi driver used to wait for me to get to my front door. And I got to my front door and he buggered off. Oh, I've got feedback.
That's me. Sorry about that. That's me. Okay.
Is that better?
I thought it moved.
Yeah, that's better.
Fine. Yes, I'm there looking for my keys. Couldn't find them. I'm absolutely fucking wasted. So I sat down, thinking, "Fuck, what am I going to do now?" Fell asleep. Got woken up at 6:30 in the morning by one of the local pissheads walking by. Go, "Hey, hello."
Chewy.
I was like, oh shit. Looked down. My fucking keys are in my hand.
Right, go one better than that. From our local pub to the house where I lived, I used to follow the wall around the big estate that used to be there. It was like a big house, Lord of the Manor type thing. And I always remembered third gateway, turn right, and that was into my road. So I missed the bloody gate and I ended up 1.5 miles up the road because I just kept following the wall. This is one of the reasons I gave up drinking.
I don't think I've ever been that drunk. If I have, it's been at someone's house.
Would it be on a certain live stream?
Well, I'll tell
Maybe.
you what, we'll get Psycho's missus on one stream and she'll tell you what happened when we went to Newquay. She actually carried me back from the pub under her arm to the hotel.
Fucking hell.
Well, I got carried out of the fucking sea by a Sea King helicopter.
Okay, you win.
Well, that's you and Based Amy got something in common then. Probably shouldn't have said that. Oh, good hell for that one.
I've had my toes cut by a fish in Ibiza when I was 11. That's an consolation.
Your toes sucked by a fish.
Yeah, I've never liked fishing, all the same. It terrified me. Then I got stung by a jellyfish and this old man came and weed on me. I was freaked out. I was like, Dad!
Hang on. You got stung by a jellyfish, then an old man weed on you?
Yeah.
That's the treatment you can get.
No, please.
She did say she was on holiday.
When in Rome.
I was literally just about to say that.
So she classed that as a successful night out then.
It was long. I was like,
If you haven't got any white vinegar, Andy, that is the recommended way to treat a jellyfish sting, by the way.
Can you imagine this bloke's going, I've got you?
Yeah. Running around the beach with jellyfish, wiping it over the lip.
She is covered in a bloke's piss saying thank you. No.
Yeah, I was freaking out like some kind of child, obviously. I was 11 years old. But I'm not even joking now. A fish full on latched onto my toe. I was like, get off me. Like freaking out. And then like I got stung by the jellyfish and this man weed on me. And that was the year that I cut my hair and I ended up looking like a microphone. So I got curly hair. And it was horrific.
It's not a good year for you.
Nah, I need to shut up now. Just gonna.
Imagine somebody in a pair of shorts wearing a sandwich board saying free jelly sting relief here.
It's not kinky. It's for your own good.
Oh no. Good times.
Does that sort of pain relief work for anything else?
Good times.
Cold sores.
Definitely, you learn something every day.
That is deep sea fishing.
Dan, I'm going to say thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure meeting all the new people here tonight I've not seen before. Take care, and I'll catch up with you guys soon. And for those in the chat, please remember, If the government won't do it, we have to. Get off your ass and start writing letters and sending emails. Catch you
No,
guys.
wait, join the Weaver
Bye,
party.
Tina.
Bye, Tina.
Bye,
Good
Tina.
night, Tina.
Love you. Take care. We need to join the Weaver party.
The what?
The Weaver party.
Weaver.
I'm starting it.
It sounds like you have to dress up as a womble somewhere.
No.
Remember you're a womble.
Just
No,
remember,
it's
remember,
called the
remember what a
Weaver.
wanker you are.
No, it's called the
Wimbledon, Commonwealth. The Wimbledon. No, what is it? The Wimbledon. I don't know.
I've started my own song as well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's,
The
there's a
Wombles should have a
Weaver
job
here,
cleaning
a
the fucking
Weaver
house.
there. No, I'm really good then. What am I saying?
Rev, I know you deal with slightly different things than I deal with here on the channel. So, what have you heard about the whole Leicester situation?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's exactly what you'd expect, really, when you bring in different cultures that hated each other somewhere else. What do you think they were going to stop when they got here? Like, kind of thing.
Same old fight, different country.
Pretty much. Well, it looks the same as the country they came from nowadays, anyway. So no great worry.
Can I just clarify that it's happening in Derby as well? Believe it or not, so close. But what did all start though over cricket. I'm not going to lie, it did, and it was Pakistan versus India.
So I was told that they went to the local Hindu temple. I think that's what you call it. It's not a mosque, is it? It's a temple, whatever. And they started to paint on the walls. But I'm led to believe from the phone call I got tonight, this has been going on for ages. So years. Yeah. And it was this time that they just went, you know what, fuck off. As far as I understand. So, but the police are pretty much screwed, aren't they? Because if they come out, say, for instance, we were protesting, they come out all armed, right, and give us a good shoeing because it's good for us, apparently. But because they've got two protected cultures there, one more than the other, they've got to play gently because they can't win. So you just send them in there so they can get pelted with bottles and whatever else. But they wouldn't do it if it was us. So it's a difference in policing.
I think also in Derby, what they've been doing is they've been allowing it to continue. And it's like you see people blatantly just slashing each other in the street, and they've just kind of left it to be barbaric. I'm not even joking you. They've left culture against culture, religion against religion, and it's the Sikhs against the Muslims, and that is just, but that is the way it's always been throughout my life. I've lived in Derby all my life, and at school it was like, and I've never used the racist term, but you get someone from Pakistan and they will refer to each other as the P word. I'm not gonna lie, that's what they do, like the N word. But as soon as somebody like myself was to say it, like thinking when I was obviously younger that was acceptable, hell no. I was pulled right in front of the head, and I was suspended. And I was like, right, okay, then, because I didn't grasp it. Then, like when I was younger, I was like 11, 12. But they couldn't call each other it and everything like that. But I didn't get the fact that the different cultures, different religions, like you speak in Hindu or you're Muslim, whatever, it's different.
Just remember, you can't say anything because you're the wrong flavour.
Absolutely, definitely. But the day I was referred, and someone else was referred to a honky. I've never laughed so much in my life at being called a honky. I was like, you call me a what? And I'm not, it's the most funniest term. I've been referred to a bitch, slut, slag, everything you can imagine. To be called a honky, I'm not even kidding. I laughed so hard. I was like, I've never found that so funny because I don't think that was offensive. I mean, shoot, I don't know why it's an offensive term, but I suppose that in my mind it's just silly, but I don't understand anti-Semitism, is it? And I don't understand that either because that's not something that I've grown up with. I've grown up alongside like the Muslim and the Sikh culture, so I guess that's like
anti-Semitism simple. If you were to paint, say for instance, or if you pick on somebody from the Jewish community, you're being anti-Semite. If you question a lot of stuff that's come out, you're an anti-Semite. Basically, it's a terminology that can be shut at, or shoved at you to shut the fuck up when you're questioning anything about Judaism. And there's another thing for white people. We have a problem. If we question anything, we're racist.
Yeah.
Okay. But you see that again, I've not had much Jewish. There's no Jewish, to my knowledge. There will be somewhere, obviously, but there's nobody around me that I suppose practices being a Jewish person, apart from Jesus was, as far as I'm aware. But obviously, he's not around that practice. That's the stupidest thing I've ever said. But yeah, so it's not like it's like I say, I'm very much in like Derby, so it's just about that other kind of religion and other religions. And in fact, I could have done Urdu at school as a language, but I didn't choose it. Maybe I should have done, but yeah, I didn't. I chose German. I'm going to shut up now. Let someone else speak.
I get called racist quite a bit on the channel, to be honest. But I don't. One of the things that I don't do is I try not to speak about colour. Okay, because I don't think it matters in the grand scheme of things, right? So when there's an incident and I'm doing a report, if I mention the word colour, it's normally because I'm quoting somebody else as saying that. Okay? Now, I've done a report the other day about these two coppers in London that got stitched up. Okay, got stabbed 3 times in the neck, and got stabbed in the arm.
Mainly peaceful stabbing.
Well, I did.
They're always peaceful.
Well, you're right. I mean, I didn't mention anything about colour in that report that I can remember, but I did mention culture. Now, because I mentioned culture, I had a couple of people in the comments call me racist. Okay. Now, I've never said that black people are the majority of certain crime offenders. Okay, when I talk about certain crimes, I talk about the BAME community. I came across, or somebody posted, one person that called me out in my comments actually apologised and said, I've just seen a report that was written that, that shows you're right. For example, and I'll just use this as an example. This is about black people, not about BAME. Okay, so we're not talking about Asian or other ethnic minorities. 13% of London's total population is made up from black people. That 13% accounts for 45% of knife murder victims, which is high. Don't get me wrong, but 61% of that 61%.
Somebody's echoing back really bad here, mate. By the way.
Everybody is. It's from Dan's end, I think.
No, I don't think it's Dan this time because he sorted it out, didn't he?
Stop talking about my end.
You don't talking about your end.
There is quite an echo in the background.
If everybody mutes themselves individually, I'll mute myself first.
It stopped. Who's muted themselves first?
Angela.
No, don't blame me. It's not echoing now.
I've been muted for about 5 minutes now.
I'm muted, but I could still hear an echo.
I could hear an echo when I was muted.
Oh, I've got no idea.
Is it me? Let me unmute and you can all keep talking.
No, it was happening before you came on, Rev.
Sorry.
But no, that's right. I don't apologise, man. So we're going to wrap this up today because it's 20 to 1 now.
Oh my God, is it really?
Yeah.
London's black population
Cheers,
is 13% of London's total population. 45% of London's knife murder victims, but 61% of knife murder perpetrators, and 53% of knife crime perpetrators. So when more people say that there's a disparity or black and BAME people are being disproportionately targeted, when you see figures, this is from February this year, when you see figures that say that 61% of black people are responsible for knife as a perpetrator, and 56%, I think it was, of knife crime, then you've got to understand, you've got to look at it, with a not with your emotions. You've got to take your emotions out. You've got to look at it with a critical brain and say, well, okay, so no wonder
the BAME communities are being stopped more often because they are the ones that are committing the most of those offences. But I don't blame them all. I don't blame all the people for the situation they find themselves in. Because the government's to blame as well. The government will put BAME people into deprived, impoverished areas on purpose, and that contributes to them getting involved in criminality. But when you've got such a large amount of again, I'll say BAME because it's not black people. We even have Eastern Europeans that love running around with knives and machetes. But when you've got such a large amount, when we talk about culture, and people start calling me racist, it pisses me off, as you would expect. I mean, Rev, you talk about quite a range of things, Rev. I've heard people, not sure what they've called you out on, but I have heard people call you out on certain things. Have you ever been called racist on your channel?
I don't think there is anything I haven't been called.
Yeah, that's an hourly thing.
Yeah, it's like you're racist, so what?
You know,
what's your fucking point? I mean, I'm not, but
yeah, it's one of them things. I mean, you call somebody racist in this day and age, and it's like calling somebody a fucking sex offender.
Well, for me, I mean, calling you racist hurts me a lot less than when they point out I'm fat. That hurts more. Whatever. You know what I mean? Fuck it. I mean, I know the truth. I know that I'm just talking about the truth. And if it hurts your feelings, I don't care. If it makes you think I'm racist, you're a fucking retard. You know, I just don't care anymore. And because I'm so blunt, I don't get too much grief.
If people are dumb enough to think that on our Discord that you have that there are only white English people there, then there's plenty of other mixtures.
Yeah, we've got foreign, we've got trans, we've got all sorts on there. We don't give a shit.
Yeah, we've got everything on there.
The thing is, though, these names are just there to shut people down. You're transphobic, you're homophobic, you're racist.
Compartmentalise you into a box to be able to silence you.
I'm just, if I don't get, I complain to Hope Not Hate that they haven't made an effort in ruining my life. I thought I met all the criteria. Clearly, I've not. Obviously, I have to try a bit fucking harder. But I mean, at the end of the day, I've literally, fuck off. Anyway, call me any name you like, and if you've got some new names, I'll take them too.
At the end of the day, you can be whatever you want to be, innit? Like, I want to be invisible today, so I'm going to get on a train, and if they ask me for a ticket, I'm invisible. Like, fuck him.
Tiffany, I've just muted you, and that echo's gone.
Coming it was you all along, girl.
Naughty.
Coming in here with your echoes, spreading echoes. Hey,
feel free to unmute yourself.
We'll end up getting a jab for it at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's got to be a jab for that.
Yeah.
Somebody said to me, you had a jab. I said, no, I clip around here, but not a jab.
I don't have violence.
Yeah, it's a shame they can't invent one for stupidity, really, isn't it?
If that was the case, mate, I'd literally stab Mark's foot down the arm.
That one.
Right.
That's really important to say.
I'm going to do you a solid, Rev. I'm going to stick your Discord chat group link in the comments.
Oh, you star.
If you want to ruin your life, come on my Discord. It's fucking cancer.
It's very active at the moment, so just be careful and be warned.
Oh, mate, I had something come in the other day. He was gay, fine, no worries with that. But he labelled everything, and he hated trans. And I'm like, you're a gay bloke that hates trans. And he looked through the server at all the trans and sent them horrible messages. I was like, I mean, you're a part of a protected community. And if anybody said anything about gay people, you go lose your fucking shit. But it was funny because he started naming, they had all these different abbreviations for all these different types of gayness or not gayness or cut it off or not cut it off. I don't fucking know. And I'm like, you've really studied this shit, haven't you? For fuck's sake, get out there, get laid, mate, or do something. Just take your head for a shit.
People are like on here, then. That's what people like on here when they talk about polishing carrots and stuff. That's
polishing
like
carrots?
Polishing carrots, yeah. They talk about whacking the bishop and stuff. I'm like, way over my head. That is.
Beating the bishop? Yeah, I don't remember that.
Oh, bashing the bishop, bashing the carrot.
Yeah, you said
Aye.
it was about a gecko. I was like, what's going on here?
Choking a gecko.
Oh, Pat,
Choking a
your
chicken.
fucking channel's turned into a sex channel.
One-eyed jogger chucking trouser snake. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's another thing.
I'm not even joking. Think about that just goes in my head. I'm like, what the hell?
Well, if he's a good shot, it will. Sorry. Anyway.
Come again.
It makes a change for me to stop smutty talk.
She started it. She did. She didn't realise she did, but she did.
No, I'm just saying these terms for things are just like above my head. I'm just saying, like, why not use them?
No.
I remember in my teens, we talk about things going over your head. I remember when I was in my teens, me and my mate, we were driving around and we see these two girls in the petrol station. So he's pulled in, he had a Mini, and he's pulled in and he's just sat there at one of the pumps looking at these two girls, blonde driver and a brunette passenger. Brunette's got out of the car and my mate Matt turned around to me and said, right, Bugsy, I'll have the brunette. And I was like, oh, fuck, all right, so I'll have to have the blonde one then. Anyway, they were driving an old Fiesta, right? Not the square box one, the one after that. Right, the XR2, the XR2 Mark II.
It was a Mark II shape.
Yeah, Mark II facelift.
So, anyway, this brunette's gone into the shop, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, actually, I don't normally do blondes, but fuck it. Anyway, I thought the car was lowered, right?
Oh dear.
Until she got out. Right?
Shallow hell.
And the car lifted about 3 inches, right? And I thought, oh fuck me. Anyway, she's filled her car up with petrol, and I said to my mate, I said, let's go find some more. And they went, no. He goes, I'm well on to that brunette. He goes, I've just been talking to her in the petrol station. So like, oh fuck's sake. Anyway, we ended up driving to this place called East Beach, which is it's like a deserted field that leads to the beach, and people go there.
Fucking dog inside, wasn't it?
Anyway, I've got into the car with this blonde, right, and the brunette's got into the Mini with him, and I'm sitting there scratching my head, just going, "Fuck, how am I going to manage this?"
It's one for the team.
Anyway, yeah, it was basically. Anyway, 2 things happened that night. Number one, I'm sitting there in the chair, and all of a sudden, my chair started going like that. And it wasn't me moving it, right? So my chair started going down, and I'm thinking, oh fucking hell, okay. Anyway, she mounted me, and she was like this on the ceiling, right?
Oh, get out.
So she went, hang on a minute, and she leant back, and she took the fucking sunroof out of the car. So her head was like this.
She knew what she was doing.
Been there before.
My mate Matt is in his Mini with this other girl, and all of a sudden there was this fucking this outburst of laughter, and I thought, thank fuck for that, saved by the bell sort of thing. So I'm like, oh, hang on, get off. What's going on over there? Well, apparently they were pissing themselves. It took them 20 minutes to tell me what happened, and this is going to what you said about going over people's heads. He had an half-empty packet of Wotsits on the back parcel shelf of his Mini, and this girl's pulling him off in his car, and he goes, "Dad," "There's like fucking fireworks in here." He goes, "I'm just blowing me load." He's gone right over our heads, and it landed in his back of fucking Wotsits.
I got, you know, we were saying about dog insight, right? This is an embarrassing thing. I was like 16 at the time. I could drive a car, and I was about this tall, nothing much of me. And I was in this relationship with this girl, slightly older than me, right? Turned out about my daughter's mother. So, daughter, if you're watching, just turn off now. That'd be great. Anyway, there was this car park, and it was dark, and we were at a Mark II Escort, and they steamed up quite well anyway, right? Well, we're in the back seat. She's facing north, and I'm behind her facing north. Huh? And it was really steamy, and I'm quite busy. And we're wearing nothing, obviously, because of reasons. And I've looked through the window, and literally through this tiny bit of steamed up window, there's this face like this looking through, and he's magicking the beans. I fucking shit myself. I've jumped off. I've gone, ah, like that. She's gone, ah, and this bloke's gone, ah, and he's fallen over backwards into a puddle with his cock in his hand. I fucking shit myself. I've jumped over into the driver's seat, right, and sped off out of this much windscreen. I can't see shit because it's an old car, like, and I'm driving down the road, start fucking naked, in a car, no license, no insurance. And the missus is in the back of the car just fucking laughing. I'm like, what could possibly be funny? She said, well, if you get nicked now, that really would be funny. And she's wearing a Right Said Fred I'm Too Sexy t-shirt. And fuck so when you look back at things like this, it's quite funny now. But at the time, it was quite fucking intense. But this is another thing. Normally, you'd have give up for the night. I just found the next fucking lay-by and cracked on because I wasn't finished. But, you know, things are different now, aren't they? But yeah, embarrassing. I didn't realise it was a dog site, but I do know.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you keep the window open. You might have found your balls being tickled with.
Yeah, can you imagine? Do you mind? I'll save that for later. Fuck it.
And that's one for dinner parties.
Fucking hell. Yeah. British Bulldog, all kinds of wrong. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Well, the Reverend's in the house.
Fucking what's it? All right.
Well, you are a reverend. I thought I'd better confess my sins.
Yes, my child. God bless you. Yes, go forth and drink everything. Yeah. Just thinking about some of the other things I'm not going to talk about, but yeah, they're out there, aren't they? Anyway, it is late, so I think I'm going to jump off myself and finish up Discord.
What was your channel the other day for the first time ever?
You all right now?
I'm slowly recovering. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I should get some counsellors on standby. Have you watched his channel?
No,
did he show me on the internet where he hurt you? Oh, there it is.
No, it was good. It was good. I can't remember exactly which one it was, but it was one, obviously. But yeah, I did, because Dan had recommended it ages ago, so I saw, and I was like, yeah, I was on there. I very rarely watch things on YouTube, but I did, and that was good, yeah. So
some of my streams are more pissed up than others.
Yeah, not this week.
It's been about the Queen, to be honest. I don't know if it was
sober for that one. I think, yeah.
Listen, Simon, we'll have to do a live stream together at some point.
Race each other to pissed.
I think that would be quite nice.
Get a popcorn.
Yeah, we'll start out right, and then we'll have a game. We'll have a game where you got to take shots when you fuck up, right? Because let's just get it on the way and get it moving quite quickly. You know,
that's
Dan will be wasted.
Dan fucked.
Yeah, Dan will be under that. Dan will be paralytic.
Can we get a babysitter each? So I'll get a responsible adult here, so that when I go, like, you know, they can just turn off the fucking thing. And if you get somebody grown up with you as well, you know, to look after you, and what we'll do is we'll just drink until one of us passes out on stream. What could go wrong?
I've got my responsible adult.
That'll do. Hang on a second. Let me go and get mine. Back in a sec.
You're just strange, all of you, because I've got one.
I bet it's not as gaping as that.
Hey, but you know what? That is worrying, Dan. Where's that come from? Does it come with it?
Oh, good lord!
It does make it difficult to hear.
Hey, Dan, did you figure out a name from yet?
That's fucking impossible. As soon as you talk, it echoes. It hurts. But anyway,
I'm a bit worried that, like, I think pigs might be starting to get offended now. Do you know, like?
Is there any police watching?
The person who made it was quite generous.
Oh, look at the hole on that. He's punched the fuck out of it. Sorry.
Well, everybody's there with their frigging masks and everything, and all I've got is a fucking haunted doll.
Hang on a minute.
That's a bit weird.
It is off.
I thought you had your mask on.
Fuck off!
Oh shit! Yeah.
That's one freaky bastard.
Well, you see, she was number one in my wank bank, but she's now number 3.
Who, Aggie?
Yeah. Oh, hello.
This is my pheasant. It goes on my tree at Christmas.
He's a
Does
pheasant.
he make a
plucker.
noise? There you go, Fez.
Oh my god.
It's got a dog pheasant.
Yeah, it was supposed to be for dogs, but I thought, I love that.
That's not the best sex toy if it makes noises like that.
Yeah, you want to make the Saturday
No.
night, it's like this.
To be fair, she can make the same noises.
You want to put that under the seat of the car next time you're at it?
Do you know, I should put it under the truck seat because that makes enough noise as it is. I'd be like,
It's getting weird now. Everyone's figuring out the sex toys.
do you know, it's amazing how we've all got one. And the girls are like, no, I ain't got one of them.
Somebody tells me to go fuck
Wait,
myself.
hold on a minute. I can promise you, I swear to you now, on my life, on my child's life, everything, I do not have a sex toy.
Did you hear about that truck that went over full of vibrators and lube?
In lube.
You hear about that? We did
Dropped its load on the motorway.
Literally. There's all these women that are parked in the queue going,
Yeah, quickly open the door, grab the floor.
All they needed was a truck behind carrying Duracell.
Right, Dan.
innit? Just link it up to the grid.
Thank you for tonight, mate. I'm going to get back off to Discord, so much
Oh, mate,
appreciated for tonight.
I'll see you there in a bit.
Good night, buddy.
Nice to see you again, fella. Take it easy.
You take care, all. Good night, all.
Bye.
Bye.
Just that, man.
Yeah, Rev, I need to ask you a question after this stream. I'll be wrapping this up any minute now, anyway. But I need to ask you a question after the stream, so I'll send you a PM on Discord.
I genuinely, Warren, yeah, you're not going to get me in trouble, are you?
No, it's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about.
Cool. Lovely. I'll see you in there in a minute, and you can tell me all about it. Right. Well, I'm going to follow the mullet, and go back over to Discord. Yeah, he's got a fucking lovely mullet. He kept it from the 80s. Seriously, just it is the mullet for all mullets. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to go over and see him, and hopefully the channel's still in one piece because Snowman's in there probably having a row. And yeah, let us know what you want to say. And thanks for having me on. And thanks to everybody else for putting that with me. Fucking strange cunt I am. And yeah, how do I get out of there?
Take it easy.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, man.
Catch you later, man.
Nice to meet you.
Right, guys. Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
I was just going to say I'm going to have to wrap this up.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've got doctors at 3:00 tomorrow, and I need to be up early enough to get some videos recorded and edited. So
you're lucky you're open.
Let me.
Yeah, how are yours open?
Oh, hang on a minute. Actually, now you've said that, you've got me thinking. Did I get a text message from them? Hang on. Oh shit! Yeah, GP surgery. Your appointment on the 19th has been cancelled. Okay, no doctors tomorrow. I still need to sleep in order to get
Sorry,
these
did you give me a message in the chat?
I have, yeah.
Thank you.
So let me thank everybody for joining us this evening. In fact, it was quite a nice evening there with Reverend jumping on as well. And I think I'm going to try and work it out with Reverend to do a live stream at some point. Something completely different.
Definitely, you're absolutely hilarious, mate. When you get on his streams.
Definitely. Yeah, it will definitely be a fun one to be involved in, and it won't be a members only live stream either. It will be a public one for every subscriber. So again, guys in the chat, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you for your kind words. For those of you who said about Smudge, thank you to a couple of people that chucked a few pennies this way as well. Again, much appreciated. Guys on the panel. Yeah, thanks for jumping on. Nice to meet you. Much appreciated. It's nice to have people that we've not spoken to before come on. It makes it nice and interesting mixes things up a little bit. And thanks to everybody that has gone over and subscribed to the other channel. Again, please watch the videos, even if you just watch one, which is the longer one, 18 minutes long. And if you can, please share some of those videos. So with that being said, I will speak to you all in the comments of tomorrow's videos, no doubt. Take it easy, everyone.
Good night.
Hey, guys.
Good night, all.
Bye. Love you.